Oh, all the newfangled stuff. Good morning, everyone. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency. It is Tuesday, October 24th, and it is 9:01 a.m. If you would all please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So our invocation this morning is just going to simply be, I wish you would all join me in wishing Jane Plummer a very happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
She's 27.
Yes.
So I want to add here.
Okay, our first item on the, Amy, did you need something?
Just with your next item, I do.
Okay, is approval of the final agenda.
So
We
moved.
have something to add, please.
something to add.
Madam Chair, we forgot to put on the selection of a chair and a vice chair.
Reorganization, yeah, I have that on
Yep.
my list. Okay, so we'll put
the re-
that
the re-
after the approval of the minutes? Or before?
Yes, you can. And Amy can read from your rules of procedure, the criteria and the responsibilities associated with that item.
Ready?
When you get to it.
Oh,
Okay, I think we all know, but
Okay.
if you want to read it, you just have at it. Okay, so could I have a motion adding the reorganization of chair and vice chair to the agenda after the approval of the minutes?
So
please?
moved.
Thank
Second.
you, James. Thank you, Don. Any objection to that motion? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is approval of the minutes for the local planning agency meeting of September 9th, 2025.
So moved?
Second.
Any corrections or discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and now we'll go on to the reorganization. Go ahead, Amy.
okay. And just for the record, Doug Ekman has asked for an excused absence.
Oh, may I have a motion, please, to accept Mr. Ekman's request for an excused absence?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Don, and thank you, Jane. Any objection? Okay,
Okay. Per your policies and procedures, the election of officers annually at the first meeting of the local planning agency after expired member positions have been filled by the town council, a chair and vice chair will be chosen. An LPA member may nominate a person for each of these positions or state their own interest in service as chair or vice chair. Once all nominations are received, the LPA will vote in the same manner as the town council votes for appointments to committees, boards, and commissions. If nominated, the LPA member shall accept the nomination on the record. If a nominated LPA member is not present, acceptance of the nomination and a vote on all nominations shall be taken at the next LPA meeting.
thank you, Amy.
You're welcome.
I nominate Anita as chair.
I second.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Do we vote each time, on both at the same time?
So we
Are
don't
there any
have,
other nominations?
That's it.
we don't have ballots, but it is important that the public know what your vote is. So can you just, we'll take it one at a time and do a roll call.
Jim?
This is voting for chair?
Chair.
Okay.
Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Aye.
Yay.
Thank you all.
Okay, the vote is unanimous.
Okay.
I nominate Jane as vice chair.
Second.
There's a nomination and a second. Any other nominations? Your vote, Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Okay, everything stays the same.
Thank you all.
Okay, next item on our agenda is our several public hearings. The first one is ordinance. I'll read the ordinance title on Nancy, and then you can say your things. Ordinance 25-21 CPA.
Public comment.
Public comment. Look, there I am. Is there any public comment? Anybody? None. Ordinance 2521, CPA 20250-188 for 1668 I Street. This is for the beach bar signage. An ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying an amendment to the Commercial Plan Development, CPD zoning, previously approved by Ordinance 24-18 for the parcel located at 1668 I Street, generally identified as strap number 194624 W40070B 0110 Fort Myers Beach, to include a deviation for additional signage, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date. And the ordinance has been attached. It was part of our updated agenda. Nancy?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So, the title of the proposed ordinance that was read is for a PD amendment. We do have another PD amendment on today's agenda, as well as a development agreement, a variance, and a special exception. All of these land use items are quasi-judicial in nature, as been determined by Florida law. And this requires that our LPA hearing today comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. Quasi-judicial proceedings, again, are going to be less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but they are going to be more formal than the remainder of our meeting. And they must follow basic standards of due process that require certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and their decisions to be made on competent and substantial evidence that is presented to the LPA in written documents or through oral testimony. The LPA's responsibility is to evaluate the testimony and the information for each agenda item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law has been satisfied. Pure speculation or opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by the LPA in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, etc., or their testimony that is based on their personal information and knowledge. So, members of the public, those that are in attendance, if you intend to speak, please keep my comments in mind. And when you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in. In Fort Myers Beach, we also have a section in our code that states a unanimous decision by eligible voting members of the LPA to approve a variance shall constitute final agency action that is subject to a request by anyone for an additional hearing or review of the matter by the town council if that request for an additional hearing is received by the town clerk within 10 days. So for purposes of efficiency, before we begin any of these public hearings, I would like to go ahead and put some items on the record. The first thing is I need to ask our town clerk whether or not all agenda items have been properly noticed pursuant to our Land Development Code and Florida law.
Yes, they have been.
Okay, and also at this time, I would like to ask the LPA members if any one of them has a conflict that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items. If you could disclose that at this time, this will ensure that we have a quorum present for each item as we get to that item on the agenda.
Jim, any conflicts on any of the public hearings before us today?
No, ma'am.
How about you, Don?
No.
Jane?
None.
Jim?
No.
John?
No.
And I have none.
Okay, and at this time, if there is anyone in the audience who, including the applicant, property owner, and staff, who intend to provide testimony today to the LPA, if you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, everybody's
So,
been
Madam
sworn.
Chair, we have read the title to the first item on your agenda today, and at this point, I believe you'll be asking for ex parte disclosures.
Yes, ma'am. John, any ex parte on the beach
none.
bar? How about you, Jim?
None.
Jane? None. Don?
None.
Jim?
None.
I have none as well. Okay, Jason.
Good morning, Jason Green, Community Development. I'll be presenting this today. As was read, the application is essentially for a deviation to the sign code to allow additional square footage of signage. And because it's a CPD, we have to amend that deviation through this process, which is before you. Essentially, it's 108 square feet of total signage, where the existing code would allow 32 square feet maximum. Based on the surrounding uses and the neighborhood, staff has looked at the criteria of the Land Development Code and the required section of findings and conclusions of the staff report essentially conclude that it is consistent with surrounding neighborhoods and or surrounding uses and consistent with what's typically been done in that area. As a side note, this is a unique process. I have to go through the CPD deviation process for signage, so we are actually exploring some ways to help business owners do that without having to go back into your CPD and amend that, because a lot of times you don't know what the signage is going to be when you're coming through for a CPD in the beginning. So it doesn't help them today, but maybe in the future it'll help some other businesses. So based on those findings and conclusions, recommended approval, and you can find those conclusions in the ordinance and the draft ordinance and the staff report before you. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions for Jason? Anyone? Okay, thank you very much. We'll have the applicant come forward.
So you want this one? Yeah, you can have this one. Either one. I'll get out of your way.
You
Good
need to
morning.
turn your mic on.
Oh, yes, you have to
Thank you.
push the button. There you go.
Good morning. My name is Renee Oy, and I have been sworn in. I am here on behalf of the owner, but I work with the Sign Permits Plus, who is a company who has been contracted to represent them at this meeting. The Beach Bar is asking for an amendment to their PD to allow for additional signage. It is not to have one larger sign on their building. It is to allow for a sign on the front of the building, one on the side, and one on the rear. The reason they're asking for the 3 signs is because their situation is quite unique, or in that they have a pedestrian pathway from the beach, they have access from I Street, and in order to get there, you have to turn off of Estero Boulevard. So they have multiple ways for people to get there. They need multiple ways for people to identify the building. Right now, with the existing sign that has been legally permitted on the front, if you were approaching from the beach, you couldn't tell, where the business was. The same is true on the side if you're traveling down Estero Boulevard. And I get my east, west, and south, but if we're traveling and you see them on the right, there's a palm tree that kind of obstructs the front sign a little bit. So that sign on the side is very important for business, or for people who are going to navigate that turn off of Estero Boulevard to be able to get there. Today, I asked my husband hey, what was that? Can we make a turn? He said, I'm not turning on Estero Boulevard. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of traffic going on there. You've got to make a decision to make the turn, and you need to have notice to be able to do that. So that sign serves that purpose. The signs that are designed, I assume that you received those in your package, that you can see that they're attractive. They're architecturally integrated with the building. They have their yellow signs. They are turtle friendly. The sides that are proposed, other than the front sign, on the side and the back of the building are non-illuminated year round. The back sign that faces the beach is just plastic cutout letters that say the Beach Bar, and the one on the side is a smaller 29 square foot sign. They look rather small in the scale of the building, which is a 3-story building. So visually create no blight. They're consistent with the neighborhood. If you drive around there, you'll see that it really is granting them the same sort of signage that has been allowed to other neighbors in that area. The other thing to consider is the setback of the building from Estero Boulevard is over 200 feet. And so that's, that's quite a distance to be able to view the signs. And so we feel these are the minimum signs necessary to be able to identify the building and prevent any confusion from somebody coming up from the beach, to be able to not, go to the right place and not end up in the neighbor's yard. So I think that I've covered the major points. Do you have any questions? This is my first hearing here, so I don't know if you would do that at
Thank you
this
very
point.
much. Yes, we'll ask you some questions. Jane?
Are you comfortable with the 13 conditions that are provided as for
Jane?
approval?
Okay, now go ahead.
Are you familiar with the 13 conditions that are in the packet?
Well, yes, I think they were just pretty much to cover any issues that might
Just wanna
arise.
make
We
sure
are,
that you've
yes,
read them
yes.
and that you have no
Yes.
problem with them?
Sorry, Jason Green, just a reminder, there's 2 new conditions. The 11 were on the CPD previously. So there's 2 in the packet that should be underlined in the staff report that are the additional related to the signage.
They are.
Yes.
So the other 11 have already been
Approved? Okay.
approved and gone through the whole process.
Okay.
Yes, yes,
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
thank you.
Is there any public comment on this particular case, which is additional signage for the beach bar? Hearing none, the public comment is closed. Any further questions or comments for the staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair, did staff want to make any comments about this particular application on the record?
They did at the beginning. Do you have anything else, Jason?
Just the findings and conclusions that it's consistent with the Comp Plan and Land Development Code.
Okay,
And that you're recommending approval with conditions.
Yes.
thank you. So the recommendation for staff is approval with the 2 additional conditions to the original CPD. Any further discussion? If not, may I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve ordinance 25-21, CPA 20-250-188, 1688 I Street, beach bar signage.
1668.
68.
1668.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Could we add to that, finding it consistent with the comprehensive plan of the Land Development Code and including all the conditions in the packet?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, your vote, Jim?
Yes.
Don?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Jane?
Yes.
Jim?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. You know, I have gotten to know Madeline and Greg Boyd very much over the past year, and lovely people. I think we're lucky to have them in our town. We really do. Very nice people. Okay, the next case is ordinance 25-22, CPD 202-50201, 125, 131 through 151 School Street, and 2661 1681 Estero Boulevard, the cottages at Myerside. An ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying an amendment to the Commercial Plan Development CPD zoning, previously approved by ordinance 2415, for the parcel located for the property located at 125, 131, 151 School Street, and 2661, 2681 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, generally identified as strap numbers 194624W30020C 0230, 194624W30020C 0270, and 194624W30020C 0290 in Fort Myers Beach, providing for revisions to schedule of uses to include outdoor consumption on premises as a use associated with the hotel and restaurant use, and other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflict of law, Scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. The ordinance is attached to our amended application. Ex parte, Jim.
None.
Don?
None.
Jane? Oh, Jim?
None.
John? I briefly spoke with Beverly Milligan at the Charter Review Committee meeting. Okay, Jason.
Yeah, Jason Green, Community Development. Consumption on premise, outdoor, our land development code, normally, excuse me, let's start back up. This CPD already has hotel lodging uses. Those uses do allow consumption on premise. However, the land development code differentiates consumption outdoors as being a use that either needs a special exception, or in this case, if you have a CPD zoning district, then a revision to that CPD zoning district. So this essentially adds that use and allows for the consumption of premise outdoors within distances from residences, churches, other types of uses.
Wait, can you back up on
yes.
that? So you're saying they currently have consumption on premises, it just has to be inside?
Yeah, so in the code, it recognizes hotels, lodging, that sort of thing as being a use that you can have consumption on premise as part of that. It's the outdoor and proximity to uses such as residential uses that requires the public hearing.
And currently, it's only beer and wine.
Well, I think that's more of a clarification as well, because I spoke with someone just this morning, and that clarification was not terribly clear in the presentation, that currently they have beer and wine service at their restaurant and in their hotel.
Okay.
And this would add additional alcohol service.
The outdoor part of it, correct. So restaurants and lodging services are allowed to have the consumption on premise component to them by right, as long as it's a restaurant or a hotel.
All consumption?
It doesn't account for outdoor areas that are proximity to
But
residential.
all consumption?
Or just beer
It
and wine?
doesn't recognize the beer, wine, and liquor. Our code doesn't recognize that.
Okay.
For a restaurant only.
Yeah, my understanding is the state
You really
restaurant.
want that, huh?
Yeah, I don't, correct. We recognize the 51% rule, which the state recognizes if it's a restaurant and you're doing majority food service, or if you're lodging, then you can have consumption on premise. Once you switch to a greater percentage of alcohol, then you become a bar.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, the outdoor consumption within proximity of residences and churches and other things, and other bars, becomes a trigger point for public hearing.
Okay, is everybody clear on that? I'll tell you, I was not clear on that.
Yes, I understand. The code, we have to read it a dozen times each time to make sure we're,
I'll tell you
golf
what
courses
makes
are
me-
exempt, right?
What
There's
made
a
me
whole-
not clear on it was what my conversation with Beverly was specifically about. She said to me, we need to be able to sell alcohol.
Correct.
And I thought, okay, she needs to be able to sell alcohol as opposed to beer and wine. So I'm thinking a margarita or a martini in lieu of a Miller Lite or something.
Sure.
So, but that is not the distinction. The distinction is, in this case, is strictly outdoor sale and consumption versus indoor sale and consumption.
Correct. I believe that a restaurant alcohol permit at the state does allow more than just beer and wine. So our trigger and our threshold for the town code is restaurant, you can do consumption, and unless you have outdoor that affects neighborhoods, essentially.
So Jason, let me ask, since this is sworn testimony,
And Jason kicked me when I said
you
something.
said you've read the ordinance, read the code several times. So is the code clear, and it took you that long to figure that out? Or are you interpreting what you believe the code says? Is it your opinion that you're testifying to, that it's okay to do, or the code actually demonstrates that?
So it's my reading of the code, correct? It's not an opinion, it's just the code is
Very good.
complicated because it sends you to another section and then back to another section, right?
Excellent.
So hopefully we can clear some of that up.
That
But it
helps.
also doesn't talk about 2COP or any of these other traditional terms. Those have been things that have been traditionally conditioned on public hearing applications to limit places to those terms. I don't even know if those terms are even accurate with the state. They've changed around the terminology and the type of licensing they do. But there are conditions on previous applications that limit them to beer and wine.
Yeah, and I don't mean to overbuild the watch here, I'm just making sure. In other words, it's hard to find, but if you know where to look, you can find it as it's represented you
Well,
to
no,
us
so
today.
yeah, so the code goes through a whole bunch of sections, talks about alcohol consumption, and then it has uses that are essentially exempt from basically being determined that they can have consumption on premise. Golf courses is one, restaurants is another, and all that. So then it triggers another section where you have to do a public hearing if you're within 500 feet or other distances from this list of uses outdoor. And so bars are within that proximity, they have to have a public hearing, whether they're indoor or outdoor. Outdoor consumption on premise from a
Public hearing
restaurant would
required.
trigger another public hearing.
Yeah.
So it's basically been created because if you look at our island, Estero is all commercial, and it's, right behind it is residential. So I would imagine that's why that provision was put in there. And it helps you evaluate noise and other impacts potentially that could come with it.
Okay, Jane?
I just want to clarify, on the upstairs pool, it now has wine and beer, correct? Or it doesn't have anything?
I believe it wouldn't have anything because consumption on premise outdoors adjacent within 500 feet would trigger this
Isn't approved.
process.
Okay, I'm just checking that.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions for Jason?
Okay. I guess that was a presentation?
Oh, no, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that everybody
absolutely.
was clear on that,
Yes.
so go ahead.
So I apologize for, my point was, it's a very big section that has a lot of if, then that components to it. And so it does get confused in the public very often about when those triggers happen. We've tried to edit it, but every time you edit it, it triggers potential changes to something else. So that's one of the things we'll talk about when we go to land development code, how to make this more simple and clear for everybody. And again, state law has changed since that section was drafted, so there's a lot of moving parts there. As you mentioned, there's a request for, hold on, let me pull this up. So there's two parts to the request. You mentioned in the reading, there's a 3,000 square feet rooftop pool area, which is the third floor as accessory, that area is accessory to the hotel. And then a 690 square feet outdoor dining patio area is part of the existing restaurant on the ground floor and would be, again, service to the alcohol out there is limited until this process occurs. It is an amendment to the CPD in order to add that use and meet those criteria. Essentially, you can't do a special exception process when you have a CPD because the uses and the controls of that CPD are within the CPD itself. If they didn't have a CPD, they would be here with a special exception. So based on the findings and conclusions required by the Land Development Code, we've analyzed the uses, and I think we just talked about some of that. It's associated with uses that are already approved and part of the site and the development. Staff has recommended 3 conditions related to this amendment. And based on 3485, 34216 of the Land Development Code, basically the outdoor consumption on the premise at the Cottage of Honor side, consistent with the existing surrounding uses of the site, and appropriately controlled through conditions, and recommend approval.
Okay, questions for Jason?
Jason, I have a question about condition number 3. It says that it'll be permitted only as an accessory to the existing restaurant. Development must comply, which was your last statement.
Yes.
My question is there any difference or uniqueness between the 3,000 up on the patio versus the one that's attached to the smaller parcel that's attached to the restaurant?
Oh, that's a good point, and I apologize. We're trying to use the term associated instead of accessory. That's been evolving, and part of that is because there's been some separate conversations with other people, not this project or the other one that's on the agenda, but trying to make alcohol accessory to things rather than the alcohol consumption in the code is recognized as a use, and we need to be here doing this to discuss that. Where it is associated with a restaurant because the code allows alcohol with a restaurant. Mm-hmm. So your question about the pool is associated with the hotel, the same thing. If it was enclosed, it would be allowed to have consumption on there. The fact that it's open air is what requires that part. So yeah, I misused that term. It should be associated with the pool and a restaurant. Those two areas are separate to what they're associated with.
Right.
And those two uses are already part of the CPD.
So perhaps the existing restaurant and lodging.
Yes, that's
should
fair.
be
Yes,
more
associated
correct.
with restaurant, lodging, and restaurant, right. The main thing is because the 51% is challenging to evaluate and track from a town staff perspective. We want to make sure, because and I'm reading from past experiences here, but bars have a different scrutiny, and you want to have that evaluation. So if it becomes a bar, we want to make sure that nobody thinks that they're able to convert to a bar and still have that outdoor consumption. Because there's an expectation that the 51% food, 49% alcohol helps control some of the issues that come along with it. So that's where we're trying to go with those conditions, and you'll see that in both. That's the attempt anyways.
No, that helps. Thank you.
Okay.
Jane?
Did you consider the hours of operation at all for this, considering we limited Margaritaville to sunset at their outdoor pool bar?
I'd have to go back, that's a good question. I'd have to go back and look at those. I thought they had a little bit more than that, was it?
No,
Okay.
sunset.
Those are all things that are depending on, traditionally those have been on bars, but those are things that you could, I'd leave it up to the applicant to talk about their hours of service. Pool being an example, what time is the pool open till? But the pool is open till, there's no time limits on the pool itself now, I don't believe. So if you want for alcohol purposes, that's something that has been done in other cases, yes.
Don, questions?
No
Jim, any
questions.
questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you.
Patrick, are you making somebody? Good morning.
Morning. All right. So let me get this set up here. Okay. All right. Good morning, Chair, members of the local planning agency. For the record, Keith Long, attorney with Long Law, here on behalf of the applicant Cottages at Myerside LLC, the property owner of the site, the subject site located at 125 and 131 through 151 School Street and 2661 through 2681 Estero Boulevard. We're here this morning to request an amendment to the CPD under the previously approved ordinance 24-15 to amend the schedule of uses to add outdoor consumption on premises. And I understand you all have quite a few questions regarding the beverage part of that, and I believe I'm qualified to answer those questions, but I would prefer to get into the specifics afterwards so I can address those more particularly. Let's see here. Just an overview of the site, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, bordering Estero Boulevard and School Street. Just a little bit of background about how we got here. Jason had intimated. We're here today with a very limited amendment to the commercial plan development that was approved last year under Ordinance 24-15. The original CPD allowed for mixed-use project with the lodging units, live-work units, commercial space, which included the restaurant with the bar area. However, just a technical omission, the outdoor consumption on premises, which I'll sometimes refer to as COP, was not expressly included in the approved schedule of uses, and so we're here before you today. So again, the amendment before you today doesn't change the intensity, height, design, or layout. We're not touching any other parts of the previously approved CPD. We're here just for the limited purposes of the outdoor consumption on premises. So again, the request before you today adds that outdoor consumption on premises as an accessory use to the previously approved restaurant and hotel, so that the alcoholic beverages may be served outdoors in conjunction with the previously approved indoors. And so in those two particular areas, we have the ground floor dining patio, which just comes right off of the restaurant, roughly 700 square feet, 690 square feet. And then again on the rooftop pool and lounge area, which is roughly 3,000 square feet, and is amenity for the hotel guests. The idea is that the restaurant would service the outdoor patio as well as provide food and beverage to the rooftop, with both uses operating between the hours, which is in the packet of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. And then just an overview of the areas that we're talking about here, not a particularly pretty set of plans, but it's just to, again, I outline on the left-hand side, you have the highlighted portion, which is the ground level patio that comes off of the restaurant, and then on the right-hand side is a floor plan of the rooftop pool area that's subject to this request as well. Real briefly, getting into the consistency with the Land Development Code. Under your Land Development Code in Section 34-1264, the sale or service of alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption requires approval by the town. This application does comply fully with the standards that are outlined in that section. Most notably, again, referring to the restaurant, it's going to operate under what's now termed at the state level as a 4COP SFS license, which is a special food service license. And again, that means that the food service is the primary use, and the alcohol may only be served in conjunction with the service of full course meals. So another one being the outdoor service areas that are going to be carefully managed to minimize noise, lighting spillover, and any potential disturbances to the surrounding properties. Lastly, there's going to be no conflicts with the locational standards as is outlined in the staff report. The site does exceed the required separation distances from schools, churches, parks, and residential dwellings. As far as the comp plan is concerned, the property is surrounded on 3 sides by institutional and recreational uses. We have the Bay Oaks Recreation Center, public library, and the elementary school with no adjacent residences within that buffer. The amendment is compatible with the surrounding area and supports the intent of the Boulevard Future Land Use category, which does encourage that mixed-use walkable redevelopment along Estero Boulevard. The project enhances Fort Myers Beach's hospitality offerings and aligns with the town's post-recovery economic goals without adding any additional density or intensity beyond what's already been approved on the existing CPD. Staff's report on recommendation, the town planning staff did conduct a full review under the LDC sections that are applicable and found that this amendment meets all the required findings for a plan development amendment. Staff's report recommends approval with the conditions, which include that the previous CPD conditions remain in effect, the outdoor consumption on premises limited to the restaurant and hotel accessory uses, which we covered, and I'd also be happy to elaborate further, and that the operations comply with your land development code, section 34-1264, subsection K, which again goes into the specifics as far as the license type. We certainly agree with the recommendations of approval, and we would accept all of the conditions as presented. And in summary, it's a minor and straightforward amendment as far as we see it that corrects a technical omission and brings the project into full compliance with the LDC, preserves all previously approved conditions, and enhances the guests and dining experience in a responsible and productive way. So with that, on behalf of the applicant, we would respectfully request your recommendation of approval to the town council. Thank you for your consideration. I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Let's see if you've got any questions here. Jim, any questions?
No, none here.
How about you, Don?
No questions.
Jane?
Yes. One, is the pool open to the public?
I'm sorry, ma'am, what was that?
Is the pool open to the public?
It's at this point in time, the idea is that it would be open to the public, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and, you know, when we were at the hearing, when was that?
June 24th.
June
CPD
24?
original.
Mm-hmm, yeah,
They
June 14th. I believe.
indicated that they were ready, willing, and able to start shortly. Do they plan to build this, or is this going to be for sale?
It's my understanding they're very ready to do it. I actually have been under a good amount of pressure to get this thing through the pipeline so that they can begin. We're waiting on some planners and architects, et cetera, that are waiting for this particular approval to make sure that they have the full scope that they can put into the design plans.
Do you have any indication of timing at all on this?
I wouldn't be able to, and that's not being evasive. I'm just here I'm the alcohol
I know,
guy.
I'm just,
Oh, no, I understand you.
Waiting on the
Certainly.
architects, all I heard.
Oh, yeah, well, it's easy to blame the other guys, right? But the architects are waiting on me to hopefully get your recommendation.
Chicken or?
That's what I've been
Here
told.
we go. Albert.
Anything else, Jane?
no.
Jim?
Would the applicant be agreeable to a condition that the alcohol would be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
That's what it is.
The proposed condition, you mean?
I mean, you put it in your presentation, but it's not in the condition.
Oh, I understand. Yeah.
So we could
Certainly, that was
add
the
that as
intent.
a condition in the
If
application.
that was your desire, and that's what it took to get it over the finish line, certainly, that we wouldn't be opposed to that.
Thank you, Jim. Anything, John?
One is just a point of clarification or confirmation. It's on School Street. We all see it as being very close to the school, but it actually does exceed the required distance from the school. That's the statement that's in it. Just
Yes,
want
sir.
to confirm that.
Yeah, and that's also in the staff report as well.
Yeah, I did see that. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear.
Certainly.
I was under the impression reading, and I'd have to go back and find exactly where I found it, that the upper patio was going to be for registered guests. I was quite surprised at the response to Jane's question that it was open to the public.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be a free-for-all, so to speak. And again, I can't speak specifically to the technical aspects, but I would imagine that to some degree, when I say available to the public, the public would be able to access it potentially via like some sort of day pass or something like that. I don't imagine that it's going to be sort of a public's pool, so to speak.
I have a concern
But
about
would you
that.
be open, would the applicant be open to restricting that pool deck access to registered guests?
I couldn't speak on that at this point, unfortunately. I don't know enough about the technical aspects of the operation to that degree.
Okay.
As far as I know, we're just here to talk about the consumption on premise, and I certainly respect and appreciate the question. But I don't want to bind the applicant to something that, frankly, I'm not intimately familiar with.
Understood.
So if I can jump in, that could be a recommendation from the LPA that could be resolved at the first reading or the
Certainly.
second reading of the ordinance.
Jane, was your question around, that's an amenity offering for the island, or you're
Right.
concerned about it?
Right, I'm a little concerned about it.
Okay.
You know, just because they do have limited parking and, they are by the school and, you know, the hours are late for outdoors for that community area.
If I could, yeah, I certainly understand with regards to the distance and the proximity. Again, the staff report and its semantics, right? It's just outside of the distance buffer. It's certainly within eyeshot. And so the idea here, and I guess to get back without taking too much of your time, but I know you had asked a couple questions. It's an ancillary use, an accessory use, what have you. The requirements that are codified in your code are actually a copy of the state statutes that the applicant is required under the license that we're seeking to abide by. And so the most important part of that is that it is a restaurant first. And so you have to sell in excess of 51% or more gross sales from food and non-alcoholic beverages at all times. And so there's no switching back and forth. And the idea there being that this is, to Mr. Green's point, not a bar. So when we talk about the hours and the proximity, I just want to make sure that that's specific, because this isn't a bar use. There's not going to be, it can't be a situation where they're selling more alcohol and then you run into a situation where the crowds are a little more rowdy and what have you. And that's state statute. I know you guys have it in your code. It's difficult for you guys to audit it, so to speak, but the state does audit the books of the owner. And it's a requisite in order to obtain the license. And so there's no point. Mr. Green?
Yeah, so can I just, on that line of thought that you just mentioned, Jason Green Community Development, can you confirm that that means that the pool area service is tied to the restaurant and they're under the same?
100%. Yeah, it has to be. Yes,
It has
sir.
to be, okay.
Under the same
It
operator.
won't ever be a separate licensed entity at the pool versus the restaurant?
No, sir, they wouldn't be able to obtain a license. In fact, then they would have to go for the quota license that would not be subject to food sales. And on top of being $500,000, it's subject to a higher sense of scrutiny under your code.
I'm just thinking back in the day when, you know, the ballpark and all the baseball games, we would go from there to the closest bar that was on Estero Boulevard and have our kids and everybody. And, you know, I'm sure we were a little obnoxious, but, you know, it was a fun thing and it was something our kids remember. And I don't know if that's what would happen to that. I just wonder about the, you know, I guess the amount of people that could go there, you know what I mean?
Any further questions for Mr. Long? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you all for your
Appreciate
consideration.
comments. Jason, do you have anything to follow up with here?
No, ma'am.
You know, my, maybe it's just curiosity, or maybe it's concern, I'm trying to decide. I remember during the CPD, so this restaurant is likely going to be an independent entity, somebody, it's not going to be run by the hotel. Is that correct? Do you remember that? Ah, okay,
I don't,
forget it.
sorry.
And since he's just an attorney here for something technical, we don't have that. Patrick, are you gonna get up or not? Because no. I have concerns about the fragmented element of this. It seems to me if this was important, why wasn't it presented in the context of the CPD, where we could have discussed it more, and now we're just here for something technical, and maybe that's why we're here, for something just technical, but, okay.
Madam Chair, if I could just
Sure,
elaborate
sure.
just a little bit on that, because there was some discussion after Mr. Green's presentation with regards to what is currently an existing, I don't want to say right, but existing approval under the CPD. It was an approval for the indoor consumption on premises for the full alcohol service in conjunction with the restaurant. And
Yes,
so,
I understand that, but, you know, the joy of a CPD is it brings us a full package
Sure.
picture. And we say, yes, all these pictures, all these pieces fit together, and you have our blessing, and we wish you many, many years of success.
Sure.
But now you've added another little tweak to that picture that we can't discuss the whole picture. We're just discussing one particular element, and that, it bothers me.
Sure.
It bothers me.
Understood. Yeah, obviously, the intent isn't that this is a Trojan horse, so to speak, and I certainly can appreciate where you come from. The word I used in legalese, right, technical omission. I don't know that, that it's something that was done purposefully, again, with the understanding that it's currently approved for the restaurant and the bar. You know, being where we are and situated in the beautiful town of Fort Myers Beach, an outdoor element to almost any
It's a very
offering
important
is
element of every
certainly-
business on this island, which
certainly.
makes me question, why wasn't it asked for
I'm
to
not
begin
sure
with?
that there was a understanding of the distinction to be able to require the outdoors and the indoors. As
Oh,
we,
I think there is a clear understanding. I mean, everybody understands this. But you know what? Neither here nor there.
Sure,
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you all.
It's a little glitch for me, that's all.
understood.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant or for the staff? Thank you both very much. Is there any public comment on this case? Would anybody like to speak? All right, the public comment is closed. LPA members, any discussion? Is there a motion? Anybody?
I have discussion.
Okay, go ahead, Jane.
I guess because I can't remember, and we don't have the facts or anyone that can answer the question as to whether the bar or the pool was for the guests only, I would like to put that in as a condition, and then they can bring that to the council to remedy whether that was private for the or for the hotel guests or not.
I mean, that's the reason I brought it up. I would support that, number one. I don't think it needs to be firmly a condition. I think it's open for discussion, further
Right.
exploration.
I agree with that, too.
clarification.
Yeah.
My concern about this is that it is being provided as an integrated package over a restaurant, which I understand that technically that's allowed. My concern is that it becomes a pool bar, whether or not it can be audited correctly or not, if it's open to outside guests. I honestly would have absolutely zero issue if this was registered guests and their guests perhaps even, but,
Yeah, I
that,
mean,
my,
they
those are
should be
my
able to bring
comments.
their own guests, yes.
Well, I'd reiterate that because when this first came up, there was a lengthy discussion about parking.
Yes.
And bringing in additional people. It's a small pool area already. There's already going to be 33 rooms that there really doesn't appear to be much
There's no parking.
additional space for outside guests, so.
And the restaurant
I
will
would-
bring
yeah.
people.
No, I'm talking about the pool.
Right, right, yeah.
So I would support restricting it to guests as well.
Don?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I just, I guess I always think about property rights, you know, and what are we restricting and why? And, you know, it looks like there's tables up there for about, 15 or so people and, so I hear you and I don't disagree. I just don't know that I don't know that the town can enforce it, right? Like, even if you say
No
it's
way.
for private use only, it's like, you leave a stairwell open and people go up there for sunset. It's clearly a sunset deck.
Yeah.
So I think what really will happen is that,
Well, what I was just saying is, I would like to put it in with the emphasis that if the pool area was limited in the CPD to guests only, then I think it should remain guests only. If in the CPD it said everybody and their brother can come over and swim, then
Yeah.
that's all great.
I think it does give you
What if
the
it's
ability to
silent,
enforce.
Whether
But,
it's silent?
well, if you put it in there though, you can enforce it, right? If it
Right.
becomes a problem, you can enforce it. So, good
Right,
point. Yep.
Right.
Jim?
Yeah, I understand the concerns and the dialogue, but the practical application of you're running a restaurant, even Anita by your own admission, and maybe a third-party operator, public's gonna come to the restaurant, they certainly hope, so that there's 3 turnovers a day in that restaurant to make the business model work. And from that public in there, they're going to gravitate out, sit at one of the chairs, watch the sunset, and have a drink. So I think it's noble that we're raising concerns. That's our role and responsibility. I think it's unenforceable in a practical application because who do you call, Ghostbusters, to come get that non-guest member out? So I think we have to be honest and transparent about the enforceability. I like the recommendation around bringing it back as a conversation to council and see how they would at least control the, after the game, Jane Plummer noisemakers that would come by and have some fun there. But in the end, I'm ready to make a motion for approval. That would be acceptable.
Okay.
So I approve ordinance, make a recommendation for approval for ordinance 25-22 CBD 2025-0201. Further identified as 125, 131 to 151 School Street and 2661 to 1681 Estero Boulevard, with the conditions that staff has recommended and the additional request the applicant bring a conversation around public access or restrictions to the pool and bar area subsequent to our conversation today.
And then it meets all of.
And it meets all the conditions as recommended by staff and the comprehensive plan.
Just so I'm clear, it's the pool bar area. In other
It
words,
is.
the
Not the
rooftop,
restaurant.
not the restaurant, because the restaurant does have an outside
And
seating area.
there's the distinction with the
Right.
difference in my mind that's completely unenforceable. So, but you've got my motion.
Completely. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on this? John? Nothing? I'm just gonna say, with the planner sitting in the room who brought this to us, I would have liked to have had some further discussion about what's the mechanism for this? And I think going forward, when a case like this comes forward, that we're amending a CPD that has not even broken ground yet, I'd like to talk about how it integrates, and I think it does. I understand that the technicality is this is an amendment, and that's why you've got the lawyer here, and it's technical and whatever, but the implication is to the whole CPD, and I think we do a disservice to Fort Myers Beach not to discuss it in a holistic manner. But maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. That is my opinion on this. So, any other go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I'd like to add a second condition, which would actually be the fifth condition, and along with the staff 3, that the consumption and serving of alcohol would be limited from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily.
That's right.
So amended.
It's not in there. Thank you, Jim.
Second.
Good
And
reminder,
Thank you,
Jen.
Don. Okay, so we've added a fifth condition. Any further discussion or any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your motion, Jim?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. The next case is.
Wait a second. Since this carried unanimously, does it go to council?
Yes.
Yes,
No.
okay, just wanted to check.
It's
Okay.
it's an amendment.
Okay, thank you.
The next item is ordinance 2519, which is a development agreement, DA 20250-186 for 50 Old San Carlos Boulevard. This is the old Kilwins in Times Square. An ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving or denying a home rule development agreement for the property located at 50 Old San Carlos Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Strap number 244623W300208-002A, owned by Carlos L. Chavez, as trustee for the Carlos L. Chavez Trust, as authorized by Section 2-100 of the Town's Land Development Code and in compliance with the procedures for application and approval of the development agreements with deviations set forth in Resolution Number 24247 for the purpose of redevelopment of the property to allow a mixed-use development with commercial at the open ground level and single-family residential above, providing for terms and conditions, including but not limited to the identification of the proposed use of the property, a finding of consistency with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, commitments and development obligations, deviations needed for development, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date. Ex parte, Mr. McLean.
None.
How about you, Jim?
None.
Jane?
None.
Don?
None.
Jim?
None.
I have had conversation with Mr. Chavez, who I know personally, and to kind of brief overview from Patrick a little bit, not too much. And of course, I'm intimately familiar with the location of the property. Jason?
Good morning, Jason Green, Community Development. Yes, this is a developer's agreement, so it's a little bit different than some of these other applications we've been dealing with. The request is to build back a mixed-use commercial development at that location you mentioned. The site is, it looks like 1,119 square feet, so it's a very small parcel there, but it is about 100 feet from the pier location. There's deviation requests included in this application. 3 of them I'll go over. The rear setback, a deviation from 34-674B1A1 to allow a 0-foot rear setback from the 10-foot standard setback. Floor area ratio, deviation from 34-675C1 to increase FAR from 1.8 to 2.5. The 1.8 is the limiting factor in the downtown zoning district. 2.5 is the limiting factor in the pedestrian commercial future land use category. And I'll go over that some more in a second if you want. And then the third deviation is edge plantings, deviation from LDC section 10-416B to waive, to have a 0 edge plantings. It says waive, but it's really go from whatever the required plantings are to 0 at the edge. And again, that's because it's a full footprint of the parcel is the proposed building. The use on the bottom floor is proposed to be retail, essentially, ice cream shop and such. And it would be a potentially mobile vending with the option to enclose the bottom floor if it's consistent with future amendments to the to the flood maps. And then the upper levels would be a residential. The site design, I'm sure the applicant's going to cover all that, but includes some balconies and overhangs related to the build-to line and the right-of-way that's adjacent to them. And in your development agreement draft, there's discussions about those deviations and the subjects, what they're subject to. Staff has provided a list of some recommendations of considerations. One thing the applicant and I have discussed is the stormwater requirement. It's a little bit tricky with the redevelopment Times Square because it's hard for these small parcels to provide on-site stormwater or overly expensive potentially for that. There's also potentially some exemptions or limitations that are going to be allowed because there was existing development. So what I told Patrick is we just bring that up for discussion. The code does have certain requirements, even if they're exempt from all stormwater management requirements of the state, or excuse me, of the water management district, such as gutter systems and capturing runoff from the roof and such, especially with the 0 setback. It was something that we want to make sure that they have to abide by those other regulations. They're not just exempt from everything else. The overall stormwater, I think, is to be determined because of Times Square, essentially. And there's probably more of a unified approach to solve that issue. We did not intend to make it seem like the burden is on them to solve that issue, so we can discuss that further when they come up. Nancy, what am I forgetting with the DA? The findings and findings and conclusions are included with the DA for consistency with the comprehensive plan and the land development code. And that's the application. Do you have any questions about the request?
Thank you, Jason. Questions for Jason?
None at this time.
Jim?
Jason, has the staff taken a position or philosophically, how are we approaching residential development in Times Square? I mean, we have this petition here, and it's been reported that there's another building being considered for upper floors of residential, which maybe changes the character of Times Square?
I would say no. The short answer is no. I think the challenge with redevelopment Times Square is the flood zones and the requirements now that everything's got to be built new. Obviously, there's conversations of infrastructure and other things that can modify that to allow more ground level. This is an approach to provide ground level retail services, but it's also temporary in nature because it's not a build out, right? But they're also limited what they can do right now. So I think that's more of the character change, honestly, dealing with the flood zones. But no, there hasn't been an opinion on that. It's allowed in downtown to have that mixed use, and it's while it's not really a mixed-use building, it is a mixed use of the site. If it was enclosed downstairs and you had a ground level, then obviously that's a clear mixed-use building. But it's trying to keep that ground, at this point, this application is trying to keep that ground level experience.
Jane?
I'm uncomfortable with the mobile vendor as opposed to brick and mortar. I think that that's something that, you know, if we're not allowing people to have a motor home in their driveway because they own it and
Right.
have room for it, I think mobile vending is, you know, has a place. And,
You think it does or it does not have a place?
well, we have a
Different place.
approval on the island for food vendors at the food truck place, but I think that we don't want it all over the island. It's like when we used to have mobile homes on Flamingo. It did not upgrade the properties around because of the mobile home being there. Not to discount the owner of that property, but I'm just saying that if we have sunsetted mobile home living on Fort Myers Beach, I don't think a mobile vendor in the Times Square area is something we want to start. Because everybody will say, oh, that's an inexpensive way, and we can pull it out, and, you know, we won't lose anything. But granted, I mean, that's why you're gonna have second floors. Maybe you should have your kitchen on the second floor and then bring the food down and, you know, just have your seating downstairs, whatever. But to me, I don't like the look. I don't think it'll be what we want.
So that's ultimately the question you're faced moving forward with Times Square is the challenges of that, right? Everything has to be elevated under the existing requirements, flood requirements and all that, so.
Well, I mean, I think you could have all your seating downstairs, then just have
Sure.
a dumbwaiter that brings the food down. But it would create an avenue for a restaurant to be on the ground level without having the risk of losing it.
But you know, Jane, the conversation about, oh, we want our small businesses back. This is affording a small business an opportunity. If that was brick and mortar, forget it. A small business
So-
is not going to be able to do it.
So
And-
with the food park, they can take their mobile home to the food park. That's the opportunity that there is to have that. I don't think we want it all over the island.
So, in my opinion here with this, Carlos is the first guy off the block at this point. There's all kinds of discussion about the wave mitigation wall. If something like that were to happen, it would allow him to close in that bottom floor and make it something more to what you're saying, what used to be in Times Square. But at this particular moment in time, and I think the reason that he's going this way, and I don't know because we never had the conversation, which by the way, my conversation with Carlos was only, is there anything that jumps out at you that you want to talk to me about? I said no, and it was more a process of how was he going to get in front of the LPA and when.
Okay,
Just
I'll
so you
wait
all
to
know.
hear more
Yeah,
conversation, but that was my initial thing. Oh my gosh, a trailer, no.
Okay, all right. Gentlemen, anything from Jim or Don? Anything for
Not yet,
Jason?
nope.
Okay,
Nope, just turn over the applicant.
thank you, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning, Patrick.
My name is Patrick Vanass. I'm a certified planner with the Neighborhood Company. Before I get any further, I know you might have a question for me.
How you
How are you
feeling?
feeling today, Patrick?
Thank you. Well,
the
I will
running
tell you how I feel today. I feel optimistic today. Jane's maybe making me question that,
Okay.
but I feel optimistic because this is the first development agreement that I'm bringing before you, and that it's truly meeting the intent of what we wanted when we put this together.
It's
to-
meeting the intent of the development
It's
agreement.
to
It
help
is.
the little business, the mom and pop, get through the process a little easier, a little quicker, and bring those businesses back. So, very enthusiastic about that. Also enthusiastic that Carlos is the first person in Times Square that has really taken FEMA's message seriously. And when the town said, guys, we need to find solutions, we need you to move forward, He's got an application, he is building brick and mortar. He cannot right now enclose and have his business down on the ground because it's a V zone. So
Because
it's,
what?
It's a
because
V
it's a
zone.
V zone. So it's a technical construction impossibility at this point. So I think the best of both worlds, Jane, before we really get into things, is the mobile vending issue on this island, we're gonna have to grapple with that. I think the idea is, what we hear from FEMA is, you need to do it right, you need to permit this, so that's why we're here today. So we are requesting that use, but there's also this idea of, do we want mobile vending all over the place? I think the best case scenario right now with the regulations as they are, is it has to be a hybrid. The mobile vending in this case is tied to a brick and mortar, to a structure that's gonna be very costly to the applicant. So I think Carlos is presenting best case scenario. He is respecting town regulations, FEMA regulations, and trying to bring back the first business in Times Square. So with that said, I choose to be optimistic. Great day today, weather's awesome. Fall's coming up. Well, it feels like a fall day, and we've got the holiday period coming up, so very enthusiastic. So with that being said, I'm going to jump into the presentation. I'm joined today by the applicant owner, Carlos Chavez. Also with me, I've got our attorney, Richard Aiken. Richard will come in at the end of the presentation just to deal with the little technical issues of the development agreement. We've got Albert, who is the architect, and I've got Laura Teff from the neighborhood company here joining me. So, as mentioned by staff, the intent is to rebuild the property. It's the old Kilwins, 50 Old St. Carlos. The proposed development is at ground level, commercial retail, mobile vending for an ice cream shop, to be more specific. The actual footprint of the property, it's a tiny postage stamp property. I believe it's the smallest in Times Square, only 1,119 square feet. The commercial retail with this reduced setback would be 1,000 square feet. And then above that would be a private residential unit, 2 stories, and a total of 1,775 square feet. Just to touch upon some of the questions that came up, residential is allowed in the downtown district, and this is a mixed-use project with commercial at the bottom, residential on top. And just to give you my professional planning opinion, I think we had very little residential. I think we may have had 1 residence over one of the shops prior. Ian in Times Square, I think there is a place for residential or lodging. I think we want a mix of uses. We want to truly create a mixed-use district. We see that throughout the country and the state, where when you have those mix of uses, the commercial, the entertainment, the residential and lodging, it creates a vibrant area, and I think that's what we're trying to rebuild here on Times Square. Quickly go through as mentioned, a small lot, about 1,000 square feet. Existing zoning is downtown, and the future land use is pedestrian commercial. We need 3 deviations to allow this redevelopment to happen. The first one is a rear yard setback, and I'll show you a little aerial of the property. This is the property within the context of the overall Times Square area. This is a bit of a close-up. So at the intersection of 5th and Old St. Carlos, Times Square, is Bella Mozzarella. Bella Mozzarella is owned by Carlos and family members also. But what's interesting is that that property wraps around the subject property. So that reduced setback, the only property that is being affected by that is Carlos and his family, and they fully consent to this request. The other deviation is request increase FAR. Downtown zoning allows for a base FAR of 1.8. However, the pedestrian commercial future land use category allows applicants through this process, or CPD, to come in and ask for more. We are asking for 2.5, which is the upper limit in the pedestrian commercial future land use category. And last but not least is a deviation for edge building plantings. It wasn't really on our radar as we went through the sufficiency review with staff. Someone pointed it out, and they said, well, if you have a trailer that needs to come in and out, will you be able to provide that? We're asking for the deviation just in abundance of just, not knowing exactly how this is going to function, just being careful. I think the intent you'll see in the renderings is to have some planters that can be moved around, but not maybe permanent landscaping. So we are asking for that deviation. This is a rendering of the proposed building. As you can see, coastal architecture with siding, with louvers, outside porches. Again, the idea is to activate that public plaza. Down below, to meet FEMA requirements and building code requirements, it's open, and we need to use mobile vending at this point if we're going to have commercial on the ground. I think if this were, well, I can't even say that because I think, Jane, just to address your issue is specifically this is an ice cream shop. I don't think there's a world where people would want to go upstairs, choose their ice cream, and then, go sit downstairs. I think it's got to be at ground level. And I think for other projects, a restaurant, where if you do have a restaurant on the second floor and seating on the bottom, that can make sense. But mobile vending below, as mentioned by staff, and I think Anita brought it up, there is discussion about putting a wave mitigation wall along Times Square. We're hoping this happens. And if you look at our list of uses, that would then allow the option to enclose the downstairs fully if not just the wave mitigation comes in, but then there's got to be a permitting process, a process with floodplain managers to take this entire district out of the V zone and make it a coastal A zone. Then that allows us to enclose it downstairs and dry flood-proof it. So I'm just going to quickly go through the floor plans level by level. This is the ground level. About 1,000 square feet of usable space, space for the mobile trailer, and the rest of the space would be for open seating. And then we've got the staircase going to the second floor. These are the floor plans, floor plan for the residential unit. On the second floor is the living space, living room, kitchen area. Upstairs is a one-bedroom master suite with bathroom and closet. As you can see, it's not a big unit. It's not over the top. And I just want to point out that what I consider very kind of humble, kind of modest amount of space here is at 2.5 FAR. So, I think there's a lot of discussion of what does 2.5 FAR look like? What does it mean? There's your perfect example. We're not talking about crazy square footage, huge buildings. Again, I believe this is very modest. This is not a McMansion, and it is at the 2.5 maximum. This is the regulatory plan that would be attached to the development agreement. It lists the deviations and the development standards for the property. I've also included the floor area exhibit. I think Anita had asked us a while ago, can you guys just depict it where it's easy for people to understand? So that's what we're trying to do here. So You start off with the footprint of your property. In this case, it's 1,119 square feet. So if you apply a 2.5 FAR, you take the 1119 times 2.5, and that gives us, and I'm going to need my glasses here, that gives us a maximum square footage of 797 square feet. So that is the maximum square footage we can have on this property. As mentioned, downstairs, we have roughly 1,000 square feet, and each floor above is at 887 square feet. And that's how we get to the 2.5 FAR. Next slide just depicts an elevation of the property with the height and demonstrates that we fully meet LDC requirements for height and that we do not exceed height requirements. And then before I jump into the findings, basically say that we concur with staff that we are consistent with the LDC and the comp plan. We just noticed yesterday, as we were going through the development agreement document, we noticed that what our attorney had submitted, there's some slight little changes. It's been reformatted and renumbered, so we hadn't noticed initially. So we just want to point out a few little items that we want to address, and I'll let Richard do that. And we've already mentioned that to staff and to the town attorney. They're relatively minor, and I think if we can just agree on the language, or just agree that we can correct the language and come back to council with that.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the LPA. Richard Aiken here this morning on behalf of Carlos Chavez. So as Pat said, looking at the development agreement, there's just a couple of additions that staff made that I think we probably need to go back and talk with Nancy and staff about. If you look on page 159 of your packet, which is the development agreement, there is, which is actually page 5 of the development agreement. There's language that was added in that says, in the event new or additional facilities are needed to serve the project, the developer will bear the burden of the cost of such facilities to be constructed consistent with the dual rational nexus test, and provide a schedule to the town to assure that the public facilities and services will be available concurrent with the impact of the development project for those facilities subject to concurrency consistent with, it cites a statutory section there. So here's the concern really there. Mr. Chavez doesn't have any concern, and we've spoken this morning, with paying his proportionate share of any improvements that need to be made to the Times Square area, any public facilities. Has no issue with that. We've had that discussion in the context of the wave mitigation law as well. That's not the concern. The only concern here is I'm not exactly sure what else there might be that would stop him at the time of development order from getting a development order, right? So this is put in here. I don't know if there might need to be some drainage improvements, things like that. And so ultimately, we'd like to talk a little bit about that with staff and amend this language, because we don't want something, given the size of this project, which is relatively small, I can't really believe that there is anything that this project would trip a threshold that would stop him from building. But we want to make sure the whole point of this process is, again, to get this business back up and running. So if there is something, we need to understand what that is. And I think that the idea would be here, language to the effect of that the developer would pay his proportionate share, which is essentially what the dual rational nexus test is. So it would say he would pay his proportionate share, which would be evaluated at the time of building permit or development order. And that would be essentially kind of how we would want to go forward there. That's the one major issue that we have, is just we don't want something to hold it up that's unforeseen, because at this point I'm not even sure what that would be.
Well, let's get an answer for you. So Jason, Nancy, do we have a comment or how can that be resolved? I understand what he's saying.
No, we just discussed it briefly in the beginning, so I haven't had a chance to get deeper into that. But can you repeat what you say your suggestion is?
Yeah, so the suggestion would be to add language that just clarifies that he would pay his proportionate share. But the concern that I have is this. It says that public facilities and services will be available concurrent with the impact of the development. So here's my concern. If there's some determination by the town that there needs to be a stormwater management system in Times Square or something like that, if he pays his proportionate share, but the idea is then he can't get his building permit until everybody else pays theirs and it gets constructed, that could hold things up, which is completely anti to the whole process that we're trying to go here. So I think we need to massage that and change that language a little bit, if you follow me.
Lean on Nancy a little bit. I don't think that's the intent of the proportionate share. I think it's pay as you go, isn't it, as far as?
Yes, and so I would be fine with amending the language with the direction from the LPA that staff and the attorneys get together, amend the language before it gets to first reading by the town council.
Okay,
Thank you, Nancy, I appreciate it. The only other thing, and I believe Mr. Green already addressed this, but paragraph 7 on the same page there is a list of permits that the proposed development has to get. And one of them that was added was South Florida Water Management District, ERP, or Environmental Resource Permit. I don't think they need one, I think they're exempt. And so I think we need to just work together to maybe craft this language to say,
if necessary.
if necessary, and any other, and there might be some other permit that he might need to get that we haven't listed here through oversight, and say such other permits as shall be required by the permitting authority with jurisdiction, something of that language. And I'm sure that Nancy and I and staff can work that out.
Yes, I have no issues with that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Pat, did I miss anything?
I'll touch upon the other one, just the square footage. Okay, there was one little minor one also, and let me find the right page. There's reference to the square footage. So on page 156 of 261, 4A, there's reference to total square footage of 2,787.5, and at a 2.5 FAR, it's 2,797.5, 10 feet, but just wanted to get that.
What were the
Is anybody else
numbers
having
again?
trouble with the page numbers?
Yeah, the
Yes,
page
could you-
numbers.
Could you say
It
that
was
again?
156 of 261,
Yeah, what
Yeah, we
what
have a
section
different-
is it?
different?
Yeah,
Okay.
so,
What number
Apologize
is
for
anybody
that?
help me? Jane, you're good at this.
That's,
You know where we are?
Patrick, it's gross
It's
external.
page 2 of 16,
Two of
if you have
16.
that number.
Two of
Yes.
16,
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
paragraph 4A,
Yeah.
second sentence.
There we go. Okay, thanks.
that helps, thanks.
Patrick, the number again?
2,797.5 instead of 2,787.5. Yeah.
Okay,
So with that said, I'm going to wrap things up and ask for any questions, but we've reviewed staff's recommendation for approval, consistency with the comp plan, we concur with that. There was mention about drainage in Times Square. We want to be part of the solution. I think, obviously, we believe that drainage, we can't have a separate drainage system on this site. It's just physically impossible. Plus, I think we are exempt from certain district requirements. The town does have a centralized plan covering the island. We will abide by that. Also, if there's improvements made, my understanding, probably the best way to address drainage Times Square is to have some kind of underground drainage within the pedestrian plaza. Again, if there is any proportionate share or the requirement to hook up to that system, no objection with that whatsoever, but our client is not in a position to be able to build a system for everybody else. There was mention about runoff from the rooftop, and we can also abide and respect the need for gutters and downspouts. Not a problem.
Patrick, can I just ask, the email that I received from you also had some highlighting on page 3 I just want to clarify if anything is requested, or maybe that was just a note to yourself. Under landscape, no trees and landscape have been provided. The request is for maximum build-out.
There was no request from that. It was just a little different from the prior version, but no,
That's okay?
yeah, no.
And then, let's go ahead and see if there's anything else. Also, on page 6, the consistency with the comprehensive plan, maybe the wording
Same
was
thing, we
just
don't
a little
object to
tweaked
that.
a little.
The wording was slightly different.
Okay, and then amendment was highlighted. I don't know, maybe that's just oversight. Okay, but basically, there are three requested changes that you guys would like, and again, I don't have any objection from a legal perspective. Jason, did you have any?
No.
Okay.
Okay, do we have questions for Patrick? Jim?
Patrick,
Yep.
so I don't know whether this applies to Legos or an erector set, whatever you played with growing up. But
Bit of
as you
both.
know, when you build the first one,
Yeah,
there becomes the echo of all around it,
Yes.
connectivity, the pedestrian experience, the whole thing. You have enticed us in the past, led us to believe there's an opportunity to synchronize the Times Square experience by working together and collaborating and showing a master concept, if not a master plan, on how all these pieces and parts would synchronize each other and create an experience and obviously self-fulfilling success for everyone. So I don't know if this is fair to you or not, but is there anything you see with this first Lego that doesn't allow or restricts, whichever way you want to look at it, the propagation of the rest of Times Square, the connectivity, customer experience, all the compliance things that come with, we don't have 16 restrooms, we have 2 good, all those things that you know so well. Can you react to that from a planning standpoint and
Yep.
all the work you've done to entice us up to this point, that that's a dream
Yep.
we should at least have?
Yep, and we're still hopeful that at least the long leg of Times Square, hopefully, the owners can get together and come forward with something that's unified and is more efficient. And again, we don't need, in my mind, we don't necessarily need elevators for every single property. There's efficiencies there if they work together. That's a private matter amongst those owners. They're gonna have to work things out, and hopefully it can happen. With regards to this specific property, the applicant wanted to move forward again. He's heeding kind of the request from FEMA and from the town. I can tell you that the initial concept that Albert came up with was more of a modern looking building. And there was some feedback from staff of, can we make it more coastal? Because we believe that as Times Square redevelops, it's gonna be more coastal in nature, and we want it to tie in. So that's where we made the change. And I'll let Albert talk to this, but the actual construction is built in such a way where other properties can go zero lot line and build right up against this property. It's got the proper firewalls, so it will not hinder any development, and it can easily connect with everything else.
Exactly what I was
that's gonna come
looking
forward.
for. Just want to make sure the mindset, the point of view, this is sacred territory,
Yeah.
as we all know. Treating it like that, applaud the applicant for moving forward. Some trees got to be planted somewhere, and you're doing that. But I wanted the conversation to say, the growth from here is still consistent with and compatible with what we believe an entire comprehensive build-out
Yes.
would possibly be.
Yep. I
Okay,
think it
thank
can
you.
tie in.
Don, any questions?
No questions.
Jane?
I have a few. So if you look at the picture on page 146, there's 0 lot setback in the rear. I see balconies.
Yeah. So, as part of your downtown district, we allow and encourage overhangs and balconies. You know, in the front, typically, it's a kind of a architectural feature, A, and B, a bit of a shade feature. We also allow arcades, again, to provide that protection from the elements. So in this case, I think it meets a bit of both of those. And in the rear, same thing, it's allowed, it's within the setback, it's not calculated as part of the FAR, it's gonna be open.
It's in the setback. it's a 0 setback.
So the actual, so in the front, it's an overhang.
Right.
In the rear, the balcony is gonna go up to the 0 setback.
Okay.
So it's within the footprint.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Where
front
are-
one's over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are the air conditioners?
I will let Albert address that. That's
It's on
not
the-
my
Look on the
expertise.
floor plan.
Yeah, right here.
Go to the next, go to 144.
Yeah.
You'll see it on the backside,
Come join me, Albert.
right there, see it?
Okay,
It's on the back balcony,
Okay, I'm
closest to Bella.
I'm sorry, I missed that one. Okay.
Good morning. Albert Jammer, Studio D architect for the project as well, too. Regarding the air conditioning system, that will not, well, obviously, we're building a zero lot line, so we can't have anything bypass a property line in general. That'd be a property right violation. Things like fire risers, air conditioning systems, a system for this building, there's a lot of options. It'll be on the patio in the rear, screened by the railings on the upper floor.
Okay.
We're looking at more of a VRF system, which is a variable speed mini split system, which is not like the typical big box that you see. These are things you see more in downtown urban areas, tropical islands, things of that nature, because we are limited with square footage. So we're trying to think of every single thing to help minimize impact with joining properties.
Okay, with the picture that is still on 146th, the little thing underneath the living space that's like, maybe a blue color?
Are you referring to the rendering or the?
Louver. A louver kind of shielding that's on, yeah. So at the bottom, they have, you have that 1 foot of whatever.
Mhm.
What is the possibility of putting that around the mobile home or the mobile trailer to camouflage it? And, you would still have your opening and things like that. It just won't look like a trailer. And then you have a gate or a garage that opens and closes or whatever, but it's all water flowing free, and yet it's not a permanent fixture.
Okay, I will try to clarify what you're asking, and then I'll let
Okay.
Albert address it, but I think what you're asking is, this is the footprint, and what we see is kind of a footprint for that mobile vendor, that trailer. I think what you're saying is, on this side where the seating would be, kind of just having a full louvered wall?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I'm saying enclose it.
It'd have to
with
be a gate or
gate
something to be able to get the mobile out.
To get the mobile out, yeah. So I'm just saying, make it an enclosed box that you put the mobile in, and it has an opening with a, whether you take the shelf, that you'll be serving out of on and off when you have to get the trailer in and out, but it will camouflage it to the point where it's not an RV sitting there looking like an RV.
Well, it's not an RV, it's a food truck.
The thing is,
just
we
a
don't want to
commercial
camouflage the business. That was my strategy as an
No, but
architect.
your signage will tell you that there is an ice cream
Right,
shop inside.
I think the option is you'll notice a lot of food trucks, and in the clarification, this is actually an ice cream truck, because one thing we want to clarify too, we cannot put food cooking trucks in Times Square underneath a structure. That's against fire codes. But an ice cream truck is different, because that is not cooking, there's not grease, there's not exhaust and all that stuff. That's different. So part of the ice cream trucks you'll see around the country, a lot of them have a very large artistical painting on the exterior. It's not a boring white truck. It's not a gray boring truck. I think if you look at what Carlos has already done to his trailer already with things like the menu sign, the planters, the lads, I think I'd like to keep it open to that rather than locking him in to a facade that's
Isn't there an
blocked off.
argument you want to see it when
We-
you're walking by?
We want to be able to see the food truck because we want to be able to have the colors of the true truck, the branding of the food truck, our ice cream truck basically, and for visibility. Signage, that's something else we'll add to the building later on. We also understand too, if what happens next door, because obviously this is a vacant building standing in the middle of nowhere right now. But where Plaka used to be, if they come in, it's also going to block the visibility of this ice cream trailer. So it becomes challenging for a business standpoint. We want to be able to celebrate it. And this is the first step, I believe, is a proper way to make this work with all the codes and restrictions. In my career of doing this for 20 plus years, or almost 30 years, this area is the very complicated place to build anything and is the most expensive place to build. And it's going to take time to still even get something to go vertical. I don't want to sugarcoat it. It is a complicated process to balance everything out. So what I don't want to do is restrict Carlos and locking something in to the point where now foot traffic becomes a challenge on there. And we're adding more things to do it. Let the food truck, ice cream truck, sorry, Jennifer Campbell, I can't say the word food truck, known her for years. But just the flexibility to have him do that in his business.
So the question is, will FEMA allow a food truck?
It's an ice cream truck.
It's an ice cream truck. And yes, in the Federal Register, it's 6 months, light-duty truck as defined by the Federal Department of Transportation. FEMA does not define what a light-duty truck is. That's defined by the Federal Department of Transportation. There's very verbiage on there that lists all the cars and vehicles on there. So the term everyone uses is light-duty truck. Has to be mobile and ready to go. You can't have it blocked on blocks. It's got to be, still have the wheels. Very similar to what you see on the beach bar on the ground floor. The wheels are in there. They're hydraulically dropped. There's lots of option on there. It's got to be quick, back up the truck and go. So all those things that we will be working out through the development order process as far as the building department, but with our experiences with the other projects working in Fort Myers Beach, we've had these conversations with everyone in staff to kind of zone into what we make sure we're compliant with.
If I might add, with regards to any kind of trailer, mobile vending, just to clarify for people that might be listening, we were under a mandate from FEMA to properly permit those uses, because we kind of had a blanket resolution ordinance that kind of gave everybody a break following the hurricane. And I think the idea is that the trailer itself, when permitted properly, is not a problem. It just has to be permitted properly. And that's what we're doing today, is we're coming forward with a development agreement that would allow that use.
So one other question, since you are asking for zero planting, would you have a problem with the condition that there would be required pots with vegetation?
Yeah, no problem. They're already doing that, and as long as they can kind of make it work with ingress, egress, not a problem.
Okay.
Anything else, Jim? No? Jim?
The residential unit, is that envisioned to be rental?
Right now, it would be owned by the family, by Carlos and his family. I don't know if they've got a decision at this point, if it's going to be solely for their use and their family and friends.
So it's
or
owner
rental.
occupied?
Yeah, but it's going to be owned by them.
My plan is just gonna be.
Carlos, do you want to come up and speak?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Carlos. Say your name for the record, will you?
Carlos Chavez. So, well, thank you very much for your time. As you might know, this is a really difficult project to be able to present it here today. It's a very small lot, very limited options for us. All the regulations that we had to follow to be able to comply with FEMA, with the town. The cost of building basically make it almost impossible financially to build something there. So the reason why I decided to build is because I want this to be my residency, and I'm not planning to rent it. This is the place that I want to be able to go and see the sunset. And that was what motivated me to come forward and rebuild, because I'm not planning to make any money from this. This is a very expensive project that with ice cream you won't be able to pay. You will never be able to pay. And that is the only reason, and that's the only option that we have. The other option will be probably sell. But it's really sad, but that's the reality. So, but straight to your question, this is going to be my residency. I'm not planning to rent it to anybody.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Carlos, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
You don't have to answer this because it's not in here, but, you owning the property immediately adjacent to it where Bella Mozzarella and everything is now, would you ultimately foresee building something there that will come up to this height? Would you ultimately see putting a second floor or third floor on your existing properties? Or have you not even thought about it?
Well, it all depends if we can build the mitigation weight wall, and
Yes.
that will allow us to build on the ground. That will make a big difference, but at this time, there is no business on the second floor in the world that works.
Yes, I
They
know.
fell.
Yeah.
So it's very unfortunate, but that mitigation wall will be tremendous help, and if that's the case, yes, I will be willing to do so.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you a strictly aesthetic question.
Mm-hmm.
So, coming over the bridge, you're going to see this building, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to guess that you're going to be the first one up in Times Square. And Margaritaville has this shadow painting of palm trees. I actually, on my piece of paper at home that I left, I actually have a drawing of a shadow painting on the side of this building, just to make it interesting looking, since we're gonna be looking at it. Would you entertain something like that? I'm not gonna make it a condition, but I just want you to
absolutely.
think about it.
So had you been in Times Square recently? Had you seen my place on the back?
No, I haven't seen it.
Well, I think it's like the nicest looking place in Times Square. We have, and I'm not lying, I think. We have a lot of compliments. We have a lot of compliments.
Yeah.
We have a beautiful mural facing Bella Mozzarella. We have plants all over the property. We have flowers in front of the trailer. Actually, the trailer is gonna be in a important program at the end of the year that is forecast nationwide, because it's a beautiful place. And that's the intention that is attractive to the people, and that we are gonna feel the vibe. That's the whole idea, to make it beautiful. Yeah. Plus, needs to be attractive for people to have ice cream.
I think the discussion about this being your personal residence, that people instantly thought it was two residences, because of course it's 2 floors, and it could have been 2 small units.
There is no room for two.
Yeah. Well,
Unless you know
I
really
think that's
well.
going to change the public dialogue about what this is now. That will change it tremendously, so.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, that's what motivated me to build, to see the sunset there.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for Carlos? Jim?
Congratulations for sticking with this, putting a flag in that place, doing it the right way. I hope it's infectious.
Thank you very much.
Do you have any time frame as to when you would start?
I had the funds
You
to
have
start tomorrow,
You have
but
the
we
plan
need to go, through permitting.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions for the attorney, for Patrick? Or, Patrick, I'm sorry, were you finished in your optimistic mood?
But I'm waiting to hear if the attorney has anything to add, but
Okay.
meanwhile, I can give you a little song and dance if you'd like.
No, he's ready.
He's ready, we don't need a song.
We'd like to overrule
Or
that
dance.
request.
Yeah, thank you. No song and dances from Patrick today. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so Richard Aiken again, for your record. I did want to just raise one other thing. Nancy reminded me when she asked the question about why paragraph 12, which is regarding amendment, was highlighted. And I went back because I was trying to determine why that was. And so we originally, in the version I sent over to Nancy, there was a provision in there that would allow the developer to terminate the development agreement unilaterally without the approval of the beach. Or the town, I'm sorry. The purpose of having that in there, and it does have some other language about you can't leave anything in an unsafe condition, anything that you've begun. The reason to have that is it kind of gives a little bit of protection to Carlos. The only reason I could think he would ever terminate it, and I think it may not really matter to him, but is that let's say that there's some unified development plan that comes in quicker than he would imagine down there, and he decides, well, hey, we're going to just go ahead and go with this and go everything together. We wouldn't have to come back through this process to terminate the thing. It really, the unilateral termination in my mind doesn't have a lot of downside to the town in one way of looking at it, because he's got to do this within 5 years anyway, otherwise it terminates as on its own, right? So if he terminates, he's just right back to where he sits today. There's nothing that he gets out of it by terminating. The only reason I think he would ever do that is if there's some unified development plan. I just wanted to raise whether that was it. I wanted to ask why it was taken out, or if anybody has a concern with taking it out. Nancy, you didn't raise it to me, so I wondered if it was an oversight. And I think it might have even been in the original draft that we got from.
Yeah, there was some concerns previously raised with some other, I think, development agreements as far as the ability to terminate and walk away. But, I mean, you've given them an explanation. I would just maybe add the language that says, you know, and it will revert back to the status quo of what he has today.
Of course. That would be the intent.
You know, and again, I don't want to take up a lot of time, but really the purpose of having these development agreements is that there is a project that's coming to you that is so unique and so beneficial to the town that it needs to happen, and it needs to happen quickly. And in the event that it doesn't, then it does kind of revert back, and whatever benefits to the town or benefits to the developer, it just goes away. So that was the
So is that something that
determination.
needs to be amended in the development agreement?
So it would be my request that we add back in the language, and I can work on the details with Nancy to make it that it would revert back. And again, I want to make it clear, Carlos has told me over and over again, I want to build this tomorrow. I have no desire to do anything different. Being the attorney, I'm always looking out for, okay, well, what happens if this and if that? And that's my job. So I'm just trying to give everybody the ability to be flexible where it's reasonable. So if it's all right, Nancy and I can work on that language.
Okay.
At the pleasure of the LPA.
Okay. Does anybody object to that?
No.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you for your time.
sir.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if this is directed to anybody, but just to kind of get the conversation on the record, and maybe council or staff can deal with it. I remember during the conversations around the Salty Crab that this is an extraordinarily tight construction site. Lots of traffic, lots of pedestrians, all that reality of a small footprint with a lot of congestion. So I guess as we've got one now about to sprout, that we as a community and whatever logistics that we can offer, supply, recommend alternatives around that. So the staging for some construction and other materials can be dealt with as part of a on purpose versus by applicant. So I don't know where that belongs, but I'd like to see that conversation happen now that Times Square's in the center of our conversations, thankfully. So that whatever we can do to alleviate temporary locations, just like they're doing with the bridge on the south end, with all that area they're using on Lover's Key. I hope our town and our community and other resident or other parcel owners can aggregate around something like that and say, we'll help each other with whatever we need to do. I heard that during the owners of the food truck park when the houses were being rebuilt there. So if we can just get that on the record for a conversation at some point, so we have that officially at least talked about, I think it would be helpful to all the residents there.
Yeah. That was a question I was going to ask you. Gosh, I'm drawing a blank, a complete, Albert. Well, could you come back up for a second? So, how do you, what Jim's talking about is something that, you know, from a policy perspective, I don't know what we do to encourage that, but how does something like this get constructed in a pedestrian mall? Do you foresee something even though I know you're not the constructor, but you're the best person I can ask this at the moment, how do you see that happening?
Very
Or
challenging. I mean,
is
this
there
is no
something
different
that
than
we
building
could
like
do?
in Times Square, the other Times Square.
Okay.
I'm originally from Long Island, New York. I've seen lots of the urban development be built in my life, and it's staged. You know, Empire State Building, the iron was still hot when they were delivering it, and was a procedural thing in and out. So it's a logistical thing from a construction standpoint. It's possible. Beach Bar also had its challenges.
Yep.
Lucky we have a little bit of land, but we had to pay someone to rent the land, or Lisa Stevens and the owners had to do that in order to compensate them for the use of the land for temporary staging. Whatever can be mass produced ahead of time, obviously. I mean, modular is an option, but that has certain limitations to it as well too. No matter what, there's going to be some staging that has to take place. So it's going to have to involve everyone in staff, and it also goes back to stormwater as well too. I mean, all the impervious area that's there right now is the same as what we're proposing. We're not increasing the impervious area because there was no pervious area there before anyhow. And everyone's roof ran off into the common area, into the catch basins that are in Times Square.
That's right.
Now, if that can handle the same amount of water as before, it's the same amount of water we're putting back in there right now. It's no different. So if that that needs to be resolved as well too. Everything even from the foundation system. We're as an architect and structural engineers, we ever had conversations about all this stuff. You know, we're in a velocity zone. We're also on top of that, we're in DEP. We're CCL. That also adds time to this process as well too. With the load, everyone's seen the 7-Eleven walls. That is a wall that is dry flood proofed. That is what you're going to be looking at eventually. In order to do that, that's a lot of lateral load being put on a 3-story building. The foundation system has to be pretty beefed up. We don't want to dry piles because that is going to destroy the neighbors.
That's right.
And if Carlos goes first, let's say he were to do that, the next person coming in, we don't want them to do that. We want to encourage other type of foundation system. I'm not sure if helical will work just yet. We've had this rough conversation, but that's an option because that's less disruptive. There's auger. There's other ones that we've used up in Sarasota on the beach. That's completely different technology. There's ways that we can do that. We're all working together to build in an urban area. If it's done in New York City where you can excavate 60 feet into the ground, there's a high rise next door, it can be done. But this is what I was saying earlier. This adds to the complexity and cost and time frame to build. That's why any investment going in there is, I believe, should be heavily supported because that is a lot of investment going into that area. We can't build like we built before. So,
And that's why any common area help, support we can get, logistics, staging.
Yeah.
This is the time to have the conversation as a community.
Yeah,
It's the kind of things we ought to rally around.
the conversation in the elevator you brought up before a long time ago about
Yeah.
having a common element, that is very unique. I honestly wished holistically that the whole Times Square and Lynn Hall Park was designed cohesively.
Yes.
Because those restrooms should have been put up against Times Square
brought it up.
Yes.
and not put back where they were. The bathrooms could have been expanded with a common elevator, like an outdoor mall you have in Miami and South Beach and other parts of the country. That would have been a benefit better to do, but instead we're looked backwards and we want to put things back to where they were.
I know.
We have to think outside the box, and I believe that would have been the genesis of help in Times Square. I feel that's kind of sailed already. So the common elevator becomes an interesting thing because who owns the liability on that? If you have a business that your customers go into a common elevator and they trip and fall, that's a conversation you have to talk about from an insurance standpoint and a liability standpoint. Also, who's going first? The business without the elevator or the town put in a common walkway with the elevator?
Go.
That the chicken and the egg thing becomes an interesting discussion. You know, going back to what Jane said about second floor, in our original design and concept, very early studies, the often thing we have to always balance with, we don't give designs to clients that are not buildable. They have to be buildable where codes and egress and fire codes. So the challenging thing is you put in an elevator, that's 6 by 8. Once you go 3 stories, your elevator has to be stretcher approved. That's a bigger elevator. You have machine roomless elevators. You have hydraulic elevators, machines or rooms, stairs from the ground floor to the second floor at an elevation DEP of 22 feet when you're all said and done. That takes a lot of footprint. So the stair itself already lost almost 300 square footage. Yeah, an elevator. And the business model, like Carlos is saying, profitability, you only can fit so many people on a second floor before you need a second set of stairs. Once you go over 49 people, 2 stairs. Once you go over a certain number, 3 sets of stairs. All these things are puzzle pieces that form the perfect storm in a positive way, how you get the design to work. So we did think about everything to work community-wise. I think the roof lines are important. One of the things we always did at the very beginning was to give a gable ends on both sides so that someone can build up against this room and there's no runoff going to the neighbor's roof. You don't have to worry about them touching. So it's kind of like the in-between alley between John Richard's building next to SOB. My kids have scooted between that building before to go eat there. That's kind of what you're seeing, is so that one person's building does not affect the other person's structure. So yes, I do agree this conversation has to be going on. These are going to carry on during development order, and they're going to carry on during the building department process. But I think the first person is going to be almost a guinea pig to figure some of these things out.
Sounds like to me you're advocating for always hiring a good architect when you're talking about these things.
It's about the team.
Yeah.
It is about the team. Yeah.
Very good.
Thank
I'm
you,
not going to
Albert.
say no to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, anything else?
That's it. All done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll open up the public. Is there any public that would like to make a comment about this project? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Any further questions for the staff? Jason, you have anything to follow up on after all that? Any further questions for the staff or the applicant from the LPA? If not, any discussion?
I would just like to add a condition to the part where they have no plantings, that we add additional pots with vegetation. I'm not going to say a size or anything like that, whatever works for the development, but just so that it has some kind of pretty something.
Okay. Nancy, do you have all the changes that the attorney spoke of with the amended language for the proportionate share?
I do.
Okay.
If I can read them and correct me if I'm wrong, I have 6. The first being regarding the nexus, the reasonable nexus on the infrastructure part.
Yes.
That was on page 159. Clarification on the permits, that the water management district permits may not be necessary. The square footage, 2797.5. Number 4 would have been the requirement for pots with vegetation that Jane had asked for. Number 5, I need a little bit of help. Do you want to have a specific restriction on the use of the residence?
No,
No.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
No.
no,
And then the last one would be the termination provision
yes,
within, and I'll work with Richard on that. So there's 5.
okay. It's 10:57. We need to take a break because Dawn needs to take a break. So we're going to, he's
We
got
all
some-
know he's gonna go to the
he's got
bathroom.
some- No, he's got a call he has to make. So, so I'd like to ask to take a break here for maybe, whether or not Dawn rejoins us or not, but 15 minutes? 15 minutes, and then hopefully you can work that out with the attorney so that we can have a complete,
Well, you could condition it that we add that language before first reading, because this one will go to
Okay.
council, so
Yeah.
you may be.
Okay.
We can close this out.
Take a
Let's
vote.
vote.
okay,
Let's vote.
okay.
Let's
So never
vote,
mind,
he
we're not
says.
gonna take,
Okay.
we're not gonna take a break. Okay, all right. So with all those things added and that discussion had, is there a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to move ordinance 25-19, DA 2025-0186, 50 Old San Carlos, commonly known as Killen's Times Square, approving with the conditions as noted and amended.
And
Consistent with the comprehensive plan,
Consistent with the
and I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on, or any discussion on the motion? I'm just gonna say for the record now, because you won't be here probably at the end, Carlos, I mean, I congratulate you on being the first one to get this kind of approval, and, but I think that there is a bigger conversation that the LPA and the council need to be having on what we can do proactively to encourage this redevelopment in light of the obstacles that are faced
Exactly.
by those property owners. So, okay, is there any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, John?
Aye.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
I did, aye.
Jim? Aye. Don?
Aye.
Jane?
I,
Jim?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Congratulations, it passes unanimously. It's on to the council. Yeah. Enhorabuena. Okay, so, do you guys want to take a break? Yes, we're gonna take a break for about 10 minutes. Don Suddeth will join us when he is finished with his conference. So our next case, we don't have Nancy here. Well, I think we can start without her. Our next case is, what, I'm sorry? Oh. Is a variance, VAR 202-50227 for 1741 Estero Boulevard, The Goods. A resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions, or denying variance 202-50227. A variance to amend previously approved variance, VAR 202-40270. Adding a variance from the Land Development Code, Chapter 34-2020, to reduce parking requirement in the downtown zoning district for the property located at 1741 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap number 194624 W40080B0010, and providing for an effective date. Before I go any further, does this belong to any of you all who are here? Somebody left this at the outside. Okay, well, we'll just leave it right here in case they come in, they'll see it. Okay. So, ex parte, Jim, anything?
None.
How about you, Jane?
I've had conversations in the parking lot of Goods.
Turn your mic on.
I've had conversations in the parking lot of Goods with the owner and father.
Okay. How about you, Jim?
We received from Amy this morning a letter that objects to both the variance D and the next item, E.
Okay. John?
Received the same letter.
I have not received that letter, but I'll look for it when we're in there. Anything, okay. All right, Jason.
Yeah, hold on a second. All right, so yes, as was just mentioned, there's one staff report covering both issues, but they are two different votes and agenda items. So the nuts and bolts of this is the applicant has already gone through a process of development order, received approvals of that development order, interior in process of being under construction. They've modified the uses that are going to be within that box, essentially, and because of that, that has triggered a different calculation for parking, which they had previously a variance approved for a reduction in parking for on-site. So their plan will still accommodate the same number of, I believe it's 18 parking spaces. It's just the math on what the variance difference is required them to come back here before you. So when we do the math on the square footage of what's now going to be restaurant, and part of that restaurant will have like gaming room for families and kids, the calculation for that increased the required parking, but their request is to provide the same number of parking spaces that they were going to under the approved plan and the previous variance. So it changed it from 35 required parking spaces to the 18 on site. So that final number of 18 has not changed any different. So in the staff report, we provide you some discussion of that variance and the requirements set forth in your land development code. And based on those findings of facts, it would be consistent with the comprehensive plan, the land development code, and somewhat relying on your previous discussions and the previous variance. So it replaces the previous variance in its entirety, just for a note on that. And there's some conditions for that. If you have any questions, I'll answer them.
Thank you, Jason. Are there any questions for Jason on this? Jim, anything? No. Do you have any questions from Don on this?
I don't. He said to proceed. We can go right to a vote.
Jane? Anything?
No, not at, well, wait a minute.
I'll come
Go
back
ahead.
to you. Jim?
The switch from lodging to the gaming or retail, what is the parking ratio between the two? I read it, but I forgot.
The new amount, it was 35 required now under the new calculation, and the previous number, I think it was 23. I'm trying to find that. Well, 18 is what the variance amount was.
Yeah.
Right, so it was 23 variance to 18, and now it's 35 to 18.
Wait, I think you've got it reversed. Okay, you know what?
Okay. So those uses are permitted under the downtown zoning district. So that change is not something that's a public hearing part of that. Those are uses that are permitted under downtown.
And what does that have to do with the parking?
Yeah, I'm just saying those uses are allowed in the parking change
Yes, okay,
through the
right.
change, because of the
Okay.
change of uses. So,
Okay, but did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Sorry.
John, any questions?
None at this time.
All right.
No, I don't have any of this.
And you don't have anything else? Anything else, Jason?
No, thank you.
Okay. Let's have the applicant come up. Kara? We have the whole Belgian the whole clan here.
You're coming.
What happened to the baby, though? He was so
We're
cute.
worried about the baby now.
Yeah.
Good morning, Kara Stewart for the record, representing the owners of 1741 Estero Boulevard, typically known as The Goods. Before you, the variance request is, yes, we have changed in the 9th hour, unfortunately, our use that we are proposing. We originally had approval for hotel rooms and retail on the 2nd floor, parking below. At that time, we did not require any parking reduction. We did ask for variances for location of parking spaces, some buffering and whatnot, but the number of spaces, we had adequate parking. What they are proposing now is on that 3rd floor to have partial restaurant and then a child's game room. I mean, Chuck E. Cheese, I don't know what they're called here, but those types of games, not adult gaming. So we want to be very clear about that.
So the baby was a supporting prop today for the game room for the kids.
The baby wasn't right for optics. That's
Good move
exactly
back
right.
there. See, it wasn't a baby.
Well, it should have been. All right, go ahead, Kara.
And in doing that, it kind of, again, the code gets a little complicated. So we're asking for a total, as Jason suggested, 35 parking spaces. Not to digress, but I will just for a minute. We originally came to the town asking for a reduction, I believe, of only 8 spaces. However, staff made a very great point that because of the configuration, realistically, I'm standing there with my grandchildren, they're playing games, I need a glass of wine and a slice of pizza, and I'm walking throughout the area. Now I need to expand that use to the other area where I'm consuming my wine. So I'm walking from this restaurant pizza area, my grandchildren are over there playing, I'm going to walk over. So we're incorporating the entire square footage of that 3rd floor for our parking reduction.
Good description, Kara. Very good.
Does that help?
Yes.
So
Yes, very good.
that's part of that large conflict,
Okay.
okay? The intention here is that we're not, I don't know how to say this correctly, soliciting to folks to come in just to have necessarily the pizza and beer or wine, because we are only asking in your next request for 2 COP of beer and wine. We're really looking to be promoting the arcade and pizza and come in and have your family environment. You've been at the beach all day, or maybe it's a rainy day. What do we do with these children that are all coming into the town? So that's really the crux of it. In addition to that, my husband and I walked and rode from San Carlos yesterday, old San Carlos, down to the Goods, where they're proposing it. There are between 12 and 15 private parking lots within that very walkable, enticing district that we're trying to create in the downtown district. So we are also contributing to that viability of the walking. The owner is an owner-operator. Prior to Ian, operated the Goods, as we all know, and they just mentioned to me, Kara, we had such an abundance of walking traffic, half our parking lot was empty to begin with. The owner has no concern about fulfilling their obligation for this unit the way it is with that reduced parking. So any other questions, I'm here to answer them. There's not much more for me to say on that.
John, any questions for Kara?
No, I think you were very clear in clarifying that there would be no gaming or anything for
Adults.
adults.
When we say adult gaming, I mean gambling.
I'm
Which-
worried
Yeah.
about video poker and
Video
and
poker,
slots.
right,
That's what
okay,
I'm worried
yeah.
about.
That is not the intention. I may go play Pac-Man, but no.
All right.
So just for clarification, the town's code, and we've been through this process with another project years ago, does not recognize that use. And that was a question posed to you, the LPA and the council at the time. There's ways that we could define it, and we could fit it under these other definitions, and the resounding answer was no. If we want that use, we'll change the code at that time to allow that. So that's why you have the condition in there about no 18-plus only games being allowed.
Yeah.
And thank you, Kara, for clarifying that. Yeah, so the whole point to staff was, and I think you mentioned this on some others, enforcement of that space,
There you are.
trying to go into it and say, this is restaurant, this is gaming, didn't make a lot of sense for us to spend time as a town doing that, so just call it all restaurant. Yes, it increases your parking demand, but the reality is, as she's already explained, you have parking lots and already
Yep.
parking downstairs
Yep.
and all that, so.
Okay. Jim, any questions?
Not on the parking.
Okay. Jane?
No, I just, no.
Jim, anything?
No, I'm
Okay.
good, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll open up to public comment unless, no public comment. All right. So,
Madam Chair,
Yes,
there was the question of the receipt of an email this morning concerning the noticing provisions. If I may, could we ask staff to comment on the notice, whether it was properly provided?
and Kara, did you read? Okay.
Go ahead.
I might be able to respond to that, because pursuant to the town's new ordinance where the applicant takes responsibility for that, we did take responsibility for that. We have also provided the photographs to the town clerk. We posted the property. We did what we were asked to do.
Very good.
And you've got documentation to that?
Yes, we do, and we provided that to the town. I did not receive this letter from the neighbor until today,
Yes.
Yeah,
none
we did
of us
too.
did. None of us did.
Like-
Okay.
half hour.
Jason, anything further to add?
No, just, well, yes, the, Jason Smalley has mentioned to me that we have on file, the applicant sends us proof of that they've done.
That's why I was asking how-
Posting or a
how's the
copy of the
procedure,
letter
yeah.
that went out.
Okay.
Mailing list, things of that nature that go with it, 7 days prior to this date.
Bingo.
Very good. Okay, any other discussion on this? If not, may I have a motion, please? Hold on a second. Nancy, what's Dawn not sitting here right now going to do to a potential unanimous vote if there should be one?
I think it is a unanimous decision by eligible voting members of the LPA to approve a variance shall constitute, subject to a request.
Yes, so
So eligible voting members,
are the ones sitting at the dais?
yes.
Present.
Okay, very good. All right. May I have a motion, please? Unless you want to discuss this any further?
No, I'll move a motion for approval of variance 20250227, also known as 1741 Estero Boulevard, The Goods, as recommended by staff and
Second.
consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay, there's a motion by Jim Dunlap, seconded by Jim Bowen. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in, Jim, your vote?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so now let's move on to the second half of this, which is a special exception, SEZ 20250-228, 1741 Estero Boulevard. Nancy, before I go further, did the council approve us approving special exceptions like the variances or not?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, so this will have to go on to the council. Okay?
Yes.
This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying special exception SEZ 20250-228 to allow consumption on premises, COP, in the outdoor patio at third floor within 500 feet of dwelling units for the property located at 1741 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap number 194624W4080B0010, and providing for an effective date. Any ex parte, John?
No.
How about you, Jim?
No.
Jane?
Not on this.
Jim?
None.
I did talk to Graham about this change and his new plan for this project. Okay.
Well, I take that back then. I
Does
did talk to him about the change, but.
This is kind of all
Yeah,
encompassing.
okay, then yes, same parking lot.
Okay. Jason?
Hi, Jason Green, Community Development. So yes, as you described, the deck and porch area previously was, concept-wise, was for a different use. The change from the lodging to the restaurant and gaming, children's gaming area has facilitated also the opportunity to have outdoor seating. So therefore, with similar we've talked about today, consumption on premise in the outdoor area within distances of churches and residences and all of that requires the special exception process. Looking at the surrounding neighborhoods and the proposed uses within the building and adjacent, staff has reviewed this as being consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code. And there's some findings of facts in the staff report and ordinance provided, or excuse me, resolution provided for you. And some additional, yeah, there you go. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you. Jason, any questions for Jason? Seeing none. Kara? Kara, I have a suggestion for you. Maybe instead of gaming, it should be playroom, because when I talked to Graham, you said cornball, cornhole, whatever that game. So some other types of games, maybe the word gaming you should consider, because it throws a different connotation.
We've been having that discussion as well.
Okay.
Because we did not want to mislead people thinking that that's what it was for that same very reason. We don't want that, so. And we agree, as Jason mentioned before, with the condition in relationship to limiting it to only 18 and above, so we're okay on that. So you heard a lot earlier today on consumption on premises and outdoor. This one is similar. We have the ability on the interior to operate our restaurant with our beer and wine. Much like my conversation a minute ago about the walking around, we want to be able to walk outside with our glass of wine while our grandchildren are in the other room. We want to be able to just move about. So that's really what we're requesting. And again, I remind you that we are not operating or requesting a 4 COP. We are only requesting a 2 COP, which is beer and wine.
Yeah.
We are in agreement with all of the conditions except one that we feel just needs maybe some clarity, and that was condition number 4. Games in the entertainment area cannot include loud electronic beeping, ringing, or buzzing. I would suggest that we just stay in compliance with the town's noise ordinance and put it to bed unless there was some specific that we're not sure how do we gauge loud, what really does that mean? So we were hoping we would just eliminate that one and/or incorporate it into, we'll be in compliance.
This is all enclosed?
There's sliding glass doors to be able to
So
go
it could be, I
outside.
see.
So it maybe was, but we would have to, again, be in compliance with your noise ordinance.
Of course.
Anything?
Any questions? No,
Yeah,
I'm
I
good.
don't have a question about that. I'm just thinking about, I'm thinking back in the day when I played a video game. One of my favorites was Galaga. You know, where you shoot the starships and whatever, and it was choo 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 choo. And I'm wondering, is there a way to silence those games? I don't know if there. Wait, Graham, if you want to come up, you're welcome to.
I was going to refer to the owner. He's been dealing with the vendor.
Could you come up, because I could see. First of all, I don't know how the noise ordinance could. I think that would just. I hate it when the noise ordinance is a qualifier for this. But would there be a way to have minimal sound from those machines?
Yes, my name's Graham Belger with the Goods.
Were you sworn in at the very beginning?
No.
Yeah, I don't think you were. Will you raise your hand,
We might
Amy?
all want to stand up back there.
If any of you guys are going to say anything, no, they're not going to, but Graham is. Okay.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So say your name for the record now.
Graham Belger.
Graham is the property owner here. Okay, so
Yeah,
tell me what
all
you
the
think.
games, you can control the volume on those. You can turn them up as loud as you want or down as low as you want. That's not going to be an issue. It's, the building is built, to survive hurricanes, so you're not going to hear anything outside of it. It's not.
But when you have the sliding glass doors open, you
But they're
might.
not, it's not even a sliding door. She kind of misspoke. It's just like,
just doors that open, which they're gonna close immediately
Oh,
as
okay.
somebody goes out. The doors
Ah.
will never be open for more than 30 seconds at a time.
And Graham, you're the owner-operator of this like you are of your previous businesses, is that
Correct.
correct? I'm gonna take your word for this.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
gonna be called Beachside Arcade and Pizza.
I love it.
It's,
So do we need to change this change this from cannot include loud electronic beeping or?
I don't
say-
think it's necessary.
Well, but if they can't include beeping things, then.
That's what I mean.
But-
I don't think it's necessary to have it in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where I am.
So that was what I was gonna say too. I mean, other than we might say that it's below the 50% volume
no.
or something
Yeah,
like
if I
that.
ever have
I
any
hate
kind of
those.
complaint from a neighbor, then I'll adjust the volume, but I don't see that happening.
Yes, so can we eliminate that? Because many of those games by their nature, how do you all feel about that?
You have to have it going.
My only concern about the beeping and noising and everything else was around Beach Theater, which was not enclosed.
Yes.
Inside an enclosed building.
Exactly.
I mean, if you can't hear it out on the sidewalk, you have no complaints.
How about you, Jim?
Yeah,
Get more noise from
Then
people parking their cars and locking them.
Let's take that one out.
Number 4.
Number
remove.
4.
I agree with that, Jane, thanks.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add to this, Graham?
No, I don't think so. I'm just excited to hopefully get this going.
What's your time frame?
Well, as soon as we're going through the banking process right now, and that's about it. I mean, my goal is to break ground in December. So
Good deal.
Okay, so we need to get you to the town council today.
do.
All right, thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for sticking with it, and to your whole family.
This
Okay.
special exception has to go there too?
Special exception has to go to the council, yes.
Still, okay, yeah,
The
that's
other
right.
one doesn't,
The
right?
the variance
All right,
doesn't,
all right, all
but
right.
this does. Okay, any further, public comment? Any public comment? Kara, was there anything else you wanted to add? Seeing no public comment, nothing else? Any discussion, or may I have a motion, please, to approve special exception 202502228, removing number 4?
I have some questions.
Oh,
Okay.
well, gosh darn it, Jim.
Okay, several questions all having to do with the alcohol part. The request is for alcohol, not beer and wine.
No, beer and
Even-
wine.
Well, it says alcoholic beverages.
Yep.
They're
that's all
class
it
two,
says.
If
they
I
got
may
class
add
two
one.
designation, right?
If I can set the stage on that, from our perspective, it's associated with a restaurant.
Ah.
So it doesn't become a bar. I don't know if you want to expand on that. Because our code doesn't touch on the 2 versus the 4 and all that. But if they want to offer that, that could be a condition.
And, well, okay, but then the second question is, there's no restriction on hours of serving alcohol in here. You have amplified music limitations, but was there any discussion about hours that alcohol could be consumed?
On the porch area, no. But obviously those are, I don't know if the applicant wants to answer.
Would it mirror the hours of the
Times.
restaurant? Mirror the hours of the restaurant, to Jim's point?
Yes, it would.
And
But there's
what
no
are
hours
those?
of the restaurant.
I believe we're talking 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Is that correct? Yeah, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Then maybe we have a new number 4.
Yeah, replace it.
And then lastly, is there a commingling? I mean,
Commingling.
can you take the alcohol into the gaming area where all the kids
Yeah.
are? Or is it the alcohol confined to the restaurant bar area?
Okay, the restaurant on the inside of the building
Yes,
is permitted by right, and the intent is that because we are taking the larger reduction in parking, we would be allowed to walk over to that game that's on the other side of the building than the restaurant, if that's what you're asking me.
But
Yes.
it's like
the
one big
the
room.
restaurant is entitled.
Yes, it's commingling.
To
It's-
having alcohol. That's
We-
not the issue. The issue is, you have a gaming area that is aimed at children under 18. And the question is, can you take your drink in where all the kids are while they're playing the games?
Yes.
The answer is yes. Very simply, it is
And
yes.
you don't see that as a potential conflict?
I am a grandmother, so I'm going to switch gears a minute here.
He's a
And
grandmother.
I'm a
I
grandmother
bring my
too.
children, I bring my children to these places all the time when we travel. And they are really meant towards gaming, but I am there as an adult. And we are asking only for a 2 COP, which is beer and wine only. I want to be very clear on that. We are not setting it up that you can go in and shoot shots and have a big party. We're going for beer and wine. Yes,
In
you
the
can
gaming area.
commingle
In the restaurant.
No,
in the
gaming
restaurant.
area.
In the
Correct.
gaming area. That's where I have a problem.
It's the whole area.
So from the staff perspective, it's a big room. I don't know if you've been to Dave and Buster's. Or
I was just gonna
it's,
say.
it's kind of the same setup where adults and kids walk around and do all that. We didn't want to have to enforce this 1,000 square feet versus that 1,000 square feet. They're not separate by walls. They're not different entities. It's not like in a shopping plaza where they had different doors. It's a big space. So that's why we asked for the restaurant designation for all of it. Plus, if they want to, yes, their site plan has some chairs and tables, but they may want to add chairs and tables. And Beef
So
O'Brady's is
hold on
another
a second.
case.
So what this really is a big restaurant that has some games in it.
Correct.
Does that change your mind?
No. I think,
But it was also to help avoid us having to micromanage how many tables they had, where they were, do they cross this
It's
invisible
unenforceable.
line? If they want to add tables to making sure they have the 51% food, it was all intended to kind of help protect us being involved, frankly, in the future on that issue.
Kara, did you have?
If I may, just again, clarify. The request before you is only for the patio.
Yes. Oh,
The
yeah, it's
request
only for the
is
patio.
only for the patio. Okay, so as much as I can appreciate your concern that people are walking around, the adults with the children, that area is permitted by right. The only thing before you on the COP or on the consumption is I think
Outdoor
it's
space.
700 square feet plus or minus on the outside patio, which is on the front of the boulevard.
Clear.
but the definition of where a restaurant is located determines what is by right.
And that's
So
inside the box.
you could have the restaurant this big, but you're saying the restaurant's this big because now it has all the gaming included. The plan could designate the restaurant area this big. You would have a right to have your alcohol in the restaurant. You're now saying, no, my restaurant is this big and includes all the gaming.
Okay, no, not with all due respect, no, that is not my request. My request is
No, I
just for
understand that
outside,
we're only
right,
talking about the patio. I
Right.
got that.
okay,
But I'm saying that the switch from lodging to what you're doing, you
Correct.
now have what could be a restaurant this big. You've got a restaurant you're saying is this big. I got it that that's not what we're voting on. What
Okay.
I'm saying is what you have presented, by right, you've expanded what could be a reduced footprint to the whole area.
By
I see
right.
what he's saying. Yeah.
correct. Correct, correct.
Right.
And you don't like that.
No, I don't see a child's gaming area commingling with beer and wine and alcohol walking around
Well,
is
Dave and
conducive to a gaming area.
Okay, okay. John?
Is this comment or question?
Well, I'm just wondering how you feel about what Jim is saying.
I personally don't have any problem. In fact, I think my children would prefer that I be sitting beside them, watching them game with a beer in my hand, honestly. I honestly believe that. In fact, I think it would be worse if you had a separate room where all the little monsters were running around acting unsupervised, and
Well, they shouldn't be unsupervised.
Well, but my-
You want to be in the bar drinking.
No, but that's my point, is if I'm sitting in the bar drinking and I'm sending my kids out to the arcade, then it's gonna be chaos in the arcade as opposed to.
It's like Chuck E.
if I'm-
Cheese.
Like Chuck E. Cheese?
Well, as opposed to Dave and Buster's, which doesn't get crazy
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
but
that-
they have over 18 there too.
well, I agree, but personally, I have no issue with it. That's my
Okay.
comment.
That's fine.
All right, you had other questions?
No.
Just that one?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Graham, did you want to add?
Yeah, I
something?
just wanted to address that. I mean, we're going to be very strict on the serving of alcohol. And I mean, I see it as just like you said, the parents walking around with a beer while the kids are playing games. If there's anything left laying around, we'll have staff that clears, anything that's left. And we're going to be very on top of that. I don't want any underage drinking that's, not in there for me. I just don't see an issue with it. And the way we were trying to do it at first was to have that gaming area separate as just a considered retail space, but the town wanted to include that as a restaurant. So that's kind of how that happened. But I don't know.
What was the logic? Why did the town want to expand it?
Because it's a big open room. It'd be like
This is
drawing
a
a
big
line
open
on a
room.
piece of paper down the middle of this room, and you can only drink over here, and kids can.
Yeah,
drink
it's
over there.
unenforceable.
Yeah.
And the reality is they may want to expand their seating to increase their food sales, which then keeps them in compliance with the restaurant. So that was the thought.
Or even
We don't want to
for-
enforce that internal to the.
Or even for future use, say the arcade didn't work out and we leased it to a restaurant in the future or something, then they could use the whole space. But I think it's going to be a
Well, it's-
success. I don't have any doubt in my mind that this is going to be amazing for the island. so.
Honestly, ultimately, that decision, that conversation went back to the previous decision, which is the variance. It was, how do we calculate the variance to be accurate?
For the
So if
parking.
the entire thing ends up being used as a restaurant, nobody comes back later and says, you didn't get a big enough variance for your parking. It
Okay.
really isn't as much related to this issue with the outdoor consumption.
Okay.
That, again, is tied to restaurant, no matter how big that space is internal.
There will be strict supervision on alcohol, I can guarantee you that.
Jim?
That's a dad's.
I think another opportunity to amplify, let the parents be the parents. Done.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a couple comments.
Nancy?
I would recommend that we eliminate the word amplified. And the basis for my recommendation is there was a recent case.
In number 4, are you referring to number 4 condition?
I don't have it in
We
front
took
of
that out
me.
totally.
We're going to drop.
Yeah.
We're going to drop that.
Where's amplified? In condition number 4?
Number 3.
That's what I
Trying to dig through
understood.
it. I think it's in number 3, isn't it?
Okay.
So
Or-
there's a recent court case.
Hours of amplified music.
It is at the circuit court level. In a temporary injunction, the court found that limiting amplified music is basically an curtailment of First Amendment rights. In that particular case, the city had put some restrictions on an establishment. The plaintiff was Red, White, and Booze LLC. In the temporary injunction, the city may not enforce the permit's limitation to the use of acoustic string instruments. So we won't be able to be specific to the type of instruments. Enforcing the permit's limitation on the playing of amplified outdoor music. Enforcing the permit's ban on bass or acoustic drum sets or percussion instruments that repetitively produce similar impulsive sounds. So this particular case, it is a temporary injunction, so there'll probably be more litigation. But I do want to make you aware of that because it could, render some potential challenges to our ordinance if you were to approve and keep that in there. So just take out
But
the
that
word
case also
amplified.
said the town's noise
There you go.
ordinance
That
is
is the
still
rest of it.
effective and enforceable.
That is correct. The city, that the preliminary injunction shall not be construed to prohibit the city from enforcing either the general time restrictions for playing outdoor music, amplified or unamplified. I don't know why they put that in there. Or the general decibel limits. So that is what Jim was referring to. So the request is very simple with the long explanation. Just take out the word amplified.
Okay,
And that's in condition 3.
yes. So right now, I show that we're going to eliminate the word amplified in condition 3. We're eliminating condition 4 entirely, and we're adding a condition for the hours of service and operation from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Can we add that as 4 so that
That's
it's a number?
fine with me.
That'd be fine.
Thank you.
Add that to 4.
We'll replace
So,
4 with that.
uh-huh. Does anybody else have anything that was, all right? If there are no further questions for the staff or the applicant or discussion, may I have a motion, please? I'll make a motion to approve the special exception 202502228, eliminating the word amplification relative to the music in number 3, condition number 3, replacing the wordage for condition number 4 to hours of service and operation 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And that's it.
It meets.
And that it meets the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan and the land development code. And
Support.
thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, my vote is yes, and yours, Jim?
Aye.
And Jane?
Aye.
And Jim?
Well, I understand this only has to do with the patio. I still have concerns about the underlying restaurant definition, so I'm abstaining.
Okay.
I'm an aye.
And John. Okay, so the motion carries with one dissension. And thank you very much. You're on to the town council. Next item on the agenda is ordinance 2524, the impact fee study. An ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting an impact fee study dated August 25th, 2025, and prepared by D.P. Guthrie LLC, amending Article 4 entitled Impact Fees and Chapter 2 entitled Administration of the Town of Fort Myers Beach Code of Ordinances to 1. Incorporate updated information contained in the reference impact fee study. 2, reduce the number of impact fee categories and specific uses. 3, change the method of calculation of fees for single-family homes from per dwelling to square footage range to reflect the typical impact of larger homes. And 4, reduce the amount of fees based on updated population and project expectations. And 5, providing for an update every 4 years payable from collected impact fees, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Chair and members, this item before you is legislative in nature, so there's no need for any ex parte disclosures.
Thank you. Jason?
Just a point of clarification, Madam
Yes.
Attorney. Any changes that we propose to make have no Senate 180 issues in it? We're allowed to make these adjustments relative to these fees?
There is pending litigation that has been rumored, and I think that there actually is a case that has been filed. However, I don't think that the proposed changes are going to be overly burdensome or more restrictive. However, that is your judgment call.
Yeah, I think 26 municipalities have signed on to that legislation right now to try to have that overturned. So we'll see how it goes, but I just wanted to add that on record.
That's SB 180
Yep, right.
as a whole.
That's right.
Not specifically to the impact fees, although impact fees is part of that.
Exactly.
However, as Jason will explain, this is actually a little bit less intense.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Jason Green Community Development, to that point, I don't know that overturning of 180 affects the study ultimately, because the methodology and what's come out of it. So, yes, there's two parts as you've read. There's the study, which provides analysis of growth and capital projects and infrastructure, and everything with the rational nexus has to be tied back to that growth. What are the costs of providing facilities, mobility, parks and rec, as an example, for that growth? It is not a silver bullet to solve budget holes or budget issues or shortfalls of projects that are, or maintenance projects. It is supposed to be tied to growth. Also, as part of this is an amendment to the Land Development Code to clean up that impact fees section and to also provide the new table. So I will probably skip to that part if you're okay with that, unless there's something specific in the study you want to look at. The overarching, I guess, result of this is we've modified the categories by which we charge. For example, residential used to be by the unit, and now it's by the unit but based on square footage. So a larger home has a greater impact, so they will have a larger fee than a smaller home. But each of those fees, even the largest fee for residential, is less than what we currently charge, if that makes sense. So,
Why is that?
why is that?
Yep.
Just because of the nature of the built-out nature of the community. You don't have thousands of acres to develop that are going to create substantial increases to the demand of infrastructure. We don't widen a lot of roads. Mobility is an important part, but there's only so much we can do on a built-out island.
But is there any context for the status and current condition of the infrastructure versus up and running and additional usage? Because we have a lot of replacement and repair to do.
Correct. So you can't use impact fees for replacement repair.
Okay.
It
But the
has to
study
be-
doesn't, does the study pull out that piece?
Yeah, so part of the basis of the study looked at the R2P2 study that was done, which identified capital projects and other things that the town wants and needs. And that was some of the financial basis to the cost of future capital projects. And that went into this formula. There's a lot of Excel spreadsheets and formulas that calculate percentage growth of population, their share of those capital project needs, and then it all ties back into that population growth and their share of it. And so, so to your point, a new house being built is replacing a house in a lot of cases. Within certain parameters, they won't be paying a new impact fee, or they may pay, well, in this case, they probably won't pay an impact fee because even the largest house you replace it with is less than what the original fee was, so they get a credit for that. It's still the same as far as businesses go, where if you increase square footage or change uses, then we do the adjustment in the fee calculation, which we've always done, based on if you go from an office to a restaurant. In this, there's less categories, so it's making it easier for us to calculate is the first thing. And the second thing is the credit will carry over, if that makes sense. So a lot of rebuilding, yes, there's an increase in square footage, and that may have a small fee that they have to charge, but for the most part, they get a credit for what was there.
But the 1,400 square foot cottage that was on a lot that is now a 5,500 square foot home, that person's going to see a no fee or some credit?
Probably a no fee because the top square footage fee is less than the current fee, so their credit would be the same.
There you go.
No, they don't get money back, right? There's no money going out, but it's yes.
So, on the extreme side, like a Seagate, they had so many units, but, they're gonna be a whole new construction. Will they be charged per unit?
Yeah, so any project that we do, so if you look at the categories on the residential side, I mentioned the square footage, and it's in ranges. And then we have lodging, and we have retail, eating, drinking places, and then all other non-residential. Under the current impact fee, you have multiple non-residential categories, and then you have to define those and categorize the use. Sometimes you have mixed use, but yes, if you have a mixed-use project, you charge based on restaurants or other uses, and then hotel rooms and condos. So each unit, each type gets charged based on the category here. We've just tried to make it simpler to say we have a lot of retail and a lot of eating and drinking restaurant places. That's kind of a category. And then everything else falls under this other category. So it'll be a lot easier on us to administer it and give answers to how much, in theory, a project will have impact fee.
So those where we don't have specific codes written around, let me give you an example, and this is non-residential development. Where would you categorize the food truck park?
Good question.
Well, they don't have, they're not building there wouldn't be there's no brick and mortar building for that.
Well, there is the part that the ice cream building was in.
And each one of those food truck parks will have impact on, each one of those units will have impact
Correct.
on
You're
infrastructure.
limited on the impact fees that you can charge based on the impact of the building, essentially. So the transient nature of, if that's what you're talking about, a park where, there's not a fee for those transient nature components.
And you can't, while we're at this developmental stage, you can't have a capture category, because there will be an impact.
Sure.
They're transient by description. I don't think it's gonna be by operation. I think you're gonna be there, and you're gonna wanna get there, and you wanna stay there for lots of years. And we don't have codes set up on that, on how to specifically administer all that. So I didn't want some of these escapees to get out, they're gonna have impacts, and I think significant impacts over a period of time.
And that's fair. And I'll double check that with our team, but my understanding with the Florida Impact Fee Act is that you're prevented from that because of, it's basically not brick and mortar.
Can you look at Bonita Springs and the other ones that already have these up operating and see how they end up handling that with their current codes?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely. We can use that as a test case to check.
That'd be great, thanks.
Okay,
Any other kind of structures that feel like it's still left open?
Is there any ability on the fees to have a annual cost of living adjustment for inflation, or is it just subject to a 4-year review?
Yeah, yes and no. So the simple answer is we're required to redo the study every 4 years and update those based on how your CIP is going and other impacts, right? Or if there's a substantial amount of growth that's been approved, what is the impact of that population, full-time and transient population? So under the state law, we have to do it every 4 years. So that's going to help capture some of the changes in the evolution of cost of living, and did we add projects? Did we find something that we realized we needed? How much of that is related to growth? All of that is supposed to be captured every 4 years, and that's a pretty strict requirement.
So an annual CPI increase is...
No, what a lot of communities have done is they've adopted a less impact fee based on what they call 100%, and then they've increased it over time, but you're also starting at less than 100%. So that's not really what you're talking about, the COLA. So that's what the 4 years will capture those costs. Because what we do is we also look at like FDOT costs. What was a trail? What was road widenings? What were street traffic light projects? How much did they cost over the last 4 to 5 years? And then we project, obviously, increases of what that cost is, 10%, 20%, whatever, into the project cost. So we try to project that accurately based on the past 5 years, for example.
Jason, because we're all...
So I wouldn't, just because that study should be able to capture those costs, and we don't know what that COLA is, then we'd have to adjust it every year, and you're back to where you were with every 4 years.
We're all, speaking for myself in particular, on a learning curve on this, which is why I appreciate the details. So tell me when these fees are assessed chronologically. Context of the question is we have very limited liquidity resources in the common sense as a community, small. Therefore, the impacts that we may have to do to prepare or enhance infrastructure are going to be very front-end loaded for us while the development's getting prepared. So can you walk me through when we get paid what we deserve to be paid so we can use that to offset costs?
Yeah, so the collection of those happens during the building permit and CO time. So it's when the impact is being real, right? It's not during a rezoning or any of that time. It's got to be at the end of the process. So essentially, and we've also included in the fee, there's an administration fee that gets attached to every charge, because we got to recoup the cost for staff to be able to administer this.
So a condition of the final permit is payment of these fees?
Right, correct.
At that time, before anything happens?
Yes. So
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the collection of that, and it's kind of a revolving collection, right? So we collect. Generally, you collect as many fees, and then you have a project that you're targeting, and you can spend on design, you can spend on construction, planning purposes. Those are things that impact fee money can be spent on. So it's not like it's just we're waiting to build something until we collect the dollar amount. As we collect them, we want to be able to plan those facilities, design those facilities, and spend the money as it comes in. We're also required to spend the money, because if you don't, you have to.
Oh, yeah, sure. Then a follow-up. So you represented clearly that we already have impact fees. These are adjustments, bring up speed, doing definition, right?
Yep.
Can you give me any context for why there were so many conversations with the developments that came in indicating that they're willing to pay the fees as if we didn't have the ability to charge them at the level of condition of they were? Each one of them were expressing their desire to make sure they're willing to do that. It almost sounded like it was an additive to their commitment to community versus an obligation. Why do we feel that way, and why those conversations happen in that context?
I haven't had those, so I can't. I don't know. I'm used to impact fees because they're everywhere in Florida, but and it's the price of doing business.
Anybody else
And I've
remember
been
that?
here.
agree completely, yeah.
I've been here 8 years, and I've never in my entire time working with the town heard anybody complain about the impact fees.
I'm not complaining, I'm
No.
talking about why it's representative, at least in the
It
dialogue,
was
that,
almost like a public benefit to us.
exactly.
That's how it was presented. And of
It's been
course,
around for a
we-
long time. It's part of the fabric of the community. You've been collecting them. It's not new. I've never heard any complaints about them, so maybe that's why it's just part of everybody's used to it.
Yeah, I'm not
But
talking
I
about
don't know that
complaints.
conversation.
You're-
I
you're
haven't
miss-
had that.
you're
No,
missing
you're
the-
missing the point.
I understand.
Yeah.
I don't
Go
have
ahead,
it.
try your hand.
It wasn't, it was presented by a developer,
Sure.
some developers that, and of course, we will also participate with whatever impact
There
fees
you
you
go.
all decide to come up with. In other words, they're presenting it in the course of their hearing as if they're prepared to be a good neighbor with us, as if it's an additional
Public
bonus.
benefit.
Like it's a,
Public
exactly,
benefit.
public benefit.
benefit,
Almost
That's how
everyone
it's
that
been-
way, Jason.
Yeah, that's how it's been
Okay.
presented.
They want
to
your
us.
approval? I mean,
Well, yeah, I mean, but I think Jim's question is why would that have been that way? Maybe they're banking on our naivete coming to the,
Well, we're pulling that out today, and generally, just as a matter of public consumption, are the impact fees for those developments going to be higher than it would have been as this gets adopted for the commercial?
no. So again, the per unit charge across the board, even though we change how we do the categories and how the collection method, overall would be less on the per unit basis than
Why?
it's currently.
It's
Why?
what-
Because you have to base it on your financial impact, the share of new development as part of your capital program. You can't just say, we want to charge people more. 180, you got Senate Bill 180 that talks about the methodology and how you do that. But secondly, your cost of your infrastructure of new related to growth doesn't show that. Now, remember, it's a percent, right? So you could add 1,000 more projects to your list and say, we need these because of growth, but growth is still only going to pay a percentage of that. Where does the other percentage come from? It comes from the existing community. So, yeah, you can get that number higher per unit. You can add millions and millions of dollars of projects, but then you are saying you as a community are going to fund the rest of those, and you're farther in the hole.
But does it make common sense for you, just in the time value of money?
Cost
That-
of living, you would.
Exactly. That 10 years ago, when were these adopted? Many, many years ago. I assume we haven't kept up to our 4 years?
It's been more than 4 years.
Yeah, of course. So all costs in every aspect have escalated exponentially for some periods of time. And yet the impact that we're going to charge the most significant new users of our infrastructure is actually less than it sits today.
On a per unit, yes.
So if we don't adopt these, we can charge them more?
No, you can be challenged and not have any and stop collecting them because you don't have a study that you adopted.
But we're already in violation of not doing it in the 4 years, right?
I'm just presenting you a study for you to consider right now. I don't want to go down that path, but
All right.
you
Fair
have to
enough.
regularly update and do a study. And right now, under state law, moving forward, it's every 4 years.
Well, let me ask you differently now. Are there any bolt-ons that we can do as a matter of course? One-time surcharges, what do they call them now? Mobility charges in Cape Coral, I think they're going through their process of that.
This is, mobility is included in this.
Okay. Is there anything additional here that we're allowed
Pleasure of
to
doing
legislatively?
business.
No,
One-time
you
fees.
can't do pleasure of doing business.
Okay.
You charge your fees for pleasure of doing business through your application fees.
This
That's
is
the
like a
process
huge
fees.
paradigm shift for me in the whole thinking of what an impact fee is. Because here I'm thinking this is something that's really going to benefit the community, help
Correct.
ease the pain of all of these developments, but it's not.
That's why I'm bringing it up. This
New
is just
growth
mathematically crazy.
only cannot pay for other things other than the portion of projects that are related to their impact. It has to be very specifically related and tied to those. We have, you don't have them, but we have dozens of Excel spreadsheets and formulas that map all of that out to ensure that you have the backup to show that we've done the methodology correctly. Otherwise, you just go and say,
I
hey, we
get
feel like
what you're
5,000.
saying. Here's what where I think
understand.
the schism comes. The public conversation, including ourselves, maybe I've been perceiving it incorrectly, but the discussion about impacts, I think, has a different concept or a different idea than what the reality of it is. Maybe that's the problem. So
I would say that perception of a new development paying for something, it's really what is their proportionate share of that project.
I think I have not understood this correctly, but now.
And that's a very
now-
common question, but again, the only thing I can say is you have to connect the
The
amount of
dots.
impact and the percentage of the project. They cannot pay for a project because you wanted that project
No, I
or the
understand.
community needed that
So,
project.
You know, I always thought of
Same
impact
thing.
fees as being connected to utilities, so,
question is, for me,
you know, when they
with
took
what we
this,
had to what this
the
is,
septics out
Logic
of,
would say,
like the mobile home parks,
Twice
it
as
cost
living.
everybody like $30,000 to connect to the sewer.
Well, I don't want to get into utilities, but those are two different things. You have an impact
Right,
fee
so
for,
that's
you
what-
have an impact
you
fee
know.
for utilities, then you have a service connection charge that they're going to repay because of the cost of that.
So that's totally separate from what this is.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, there's no, this
yeah.
is just, these
That's what I
categories.
thought about as impact fees, so
Yeah,
that's why
typically impact
I'm
fees
looking
do
at
include
numbers and I'm
utilities.
going, wow, this is.
I mean, in
very-
other
So,
places.
again, the only thing covered in here is mobility, transportation, and parks and rec.
Okay. Schools.
Okay, there are other categories that other communities have added and looked at. There was no demand or reason based on the study and discussing with town and the county to
School,
add
for
other.
example?
You already have schools. Lee County School District has those. We collect those on behalf of them. We collect the fire district impact fees on behalf of them and then remit them back to those agencies.
Let
That's
me
not
try to go down
included in
to-
here because they have their own study and their own ordinances that dictate that. We just agree to collect them at the building side.
Let me try to go after this again, Jason. This goes back to the conversation about, look, you do this for a living. This is natural, organic to you. The math brings you great comfort because it's defensible. I completely get that side of it. But back to the question I asked you before about your opinion versus it's actually in the code. Let me ask it differently this way. You're recommending a consolidation of some of these categories. So they capture more things without having delineation of so many. In your professional opinion, did any of that activity in consolidating those reduce our opportunity, take single categories that are more specific and charge a different mathematical outcome to them if we left them alone? Or added some instead of consolidating them?
Not really. So I would give the example of lodging. All right. So under the existing code, lodging has, which is somewhat unique for a non-residential use to have a charge to Parks and Rec. However, we recognize that the Parks and Rec facilities we have and build, it's a huge draw for tourists and for lodging and transient lodging. So one of the original parts of the study was, do we take that out? Do we include it? And at our final kind of analysis, it's such a big part of the transient nature of lodging that they should contribute towards that park and recreation.
Of course.
Other communities, a lot of other communities, you don't see that. You don't see park and rec charged towards lodging. Here, it's such an essential part of why people come here, whether it's Bay Oaks, whether it's the pools, whether it's our beach, and all of our facilities. So that was an important part to keep in there to ensure that we are charging a fee that does represent the way those uses are done. So,
Got that. So how many of those in your mind could we tease back out of the bulk categories that can be defended because of, and let me add something additional to this if I may, Madam Chair, for a moment.
Please.
FEMA clearly identifies and delineates the geographical existence and therefore peril of communities like ours. They're subject to attacks by nature. So is our infrastructure. So is there a category that like-kind coastal communities get pulled out from Toledo, Ohio, where they're not subject to the potential devastations and all of that to go in with when impact fees are put in place for hardening, for immediate remediation of disaster situations, all of that, we should, in my mind, logically, based on the other side of the argument from FEMA, we should be able to build additional reserves through impact studies to make sure that we can respond in kind for situations that are unique very much to us.
yeah, but the example you gave, there are things that impact fees can't pay for because it's not the growth of the community and the population increase. It's a
But when we
change
build the
in
new, we can build the new double as strong
Correct.
as
Okay.
normal would be if we can include that in our calculations and get paid for it.
But that has nothing to do with the population increase or the amount of users that come to the island. That is a structural construction type conversation and the cost of construction versus is it 100 people or 50 people?
Yeah,
That-
I'm only
that's
talking
the
about
problem
the
with that, is the
stability.
impact fees are so narrowly defined by state law and what we can use them for that you can't say, well, we want to build something hard, more resilient So we're gonna
We can
charge
be told
impact.
to do that with our facilities out here, but we can't get the income we need to build an infrastructure beyond the normal coded requirements for the same reason.
Correct, and those two worlds they live around each other for us, but they don't,
They don't communicate.
law-wise, they don't mix.
You know why we're asking all this, right? This is our
Absolutely.
one chance to get into this.
I understand.
And you're obviously prepared, but I want to be convinced, and I guess that's the point of
So-
it.
I'm not.
The threat of adding those fringe areas and teasing that out, and I understand, and I understand where you're coming from, is the challenges, right? So we're trying to be as specific to what the law says we can do and play within the parameters that we've had and try to make as minimal changes related to what we have now to today and make sure that we're consistent and compliant so that it stands up to challenge, right? That's ultimately what our job is to do to you, is to present that. And I think that's what this does, based on our experience.
But I can also make a case for standing up to challenge because we have rational around why we're doing them, so let them challenge us. I'm not afraid of that, and our community deserves it. And the peril that we put everything in by not at least trying that, I realize your point of view and perspective and mindset is to make sure we're never in that situation. Mine goes along the line, bring it on. And we're gonna build it right, and we're gonna charge the people that are gonna impact it to build it right. And if they wanna make an argument that we don't want them to build it right, I'd like to hear that.
And I don't know-
Durability-wise, I'm
I don't know
talking.
where this is going, but if you're talking about structures itself, I wouldn't, we'd have to go back and look. I wouldn't know how to translate to an impact fee, right? Because again, impact fee is about number of people, number of users, population increase, and what does that require based on your level of service, just like roads, right? We don't widen a lot of roads, but roads is a very hot topic with impact fees. Turn lanes, some street lighting, related capacity. It's gotta be capacity related. Everything in the impact fees has to be related to a charge to create capacity in a public facility. So if you're building a new park, you've created additional park space. If you add lights to that park, like ball fields, you've increased capacity of that field because you can have more teams play on it in the same day, correct? But repairing things and maintaining things, you can't use that. for
One more thing, and I'll stop, I promise. It's, do you have access to, in a fairly real time, say, last 5 years, the communities, Florida in particular, of course, it's a much different place now, Florida is, than it was 5 years ago, just based on what we've been all through together. So there's a much deeper receptivity to being more creative, flexible, and realistic, rational around what we need to do to protect ourselves. Had somebody else gone through this, that you found any best practices with other communities that challenge the protocol and build it in any way along the lines I'm asking you to think about here?
Probably not exactly what you're talking about. There's other communities that have created new categories by which to charge the impact fee. So libraries is one thing that communities have charged. We already have that district. We've seen government categories, but again, those monies are only supposed to be spent on.
Are there any wave mitigation wall
That's what I
categories?
was just gonna say.
So that is a very complicated topic because it has to. It
I don't
depends-
need to watch the watch. Have you seen, did St.
No.
Pete Tampa do it?
No, what I've seen
Clearwater?
is projects that were related to hardening or other items, if they were able to create a mobility component, connectivity component, there's a portion of that that potentially could be paid for, but not necessarily, have not seen the hardening part of it, what you're talking about, as far as that goes. Related impact fees.
Is there a graph document where we can see what it currently is? And, because what we have here
Yeah, it doesn't
on
tell us
impact fees, you've got regional and schools included in the existing, but then when we get to what is proposed, those have been eliminated on the chart. I'm assuming that they're still paying the school park or school donation. It's just not part of this, or there is no school donation. We already know the school district doesn't like us, so.
No, so we collect, through our ordinance, we agree to collect school district impact fees and fire district impact fees. That's been that way and that's in here.
Okay.
We do that as a pass-through, okay? So
So
they adopt.
it's not listed, that's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Do we
This-
have a graph where we can see side by side? Because what this looks like, I mean, what we have currently is,
Well, the reason why we struck those categories, those columns, is because
'Cause
they're
they're
not our
pass-through.
impact fees. And every time you adopt it in our land development or code, every time they change their impact fee, we have to go back and amend our land development code, which we weren't doing. So the problem was those fees you see there listed hadn't been changed in a number of years, despite the ordinances being changed and adopted and changed by the school board and the fire district. So our impact fees.
The
that we-
pass-throughs you've eliminated, so these are all
No,
directly.
we've eliminated it from it being in the land development code.
Right,
But in
right.
this text, it still says the town shall collect those on behalf of those agencies. And then we monthly or quarterly, whatever, pass it on to them.
But
But it didn't make any sense to publish in our code what their fee is, since they changed their fees at their own schedule. And it was misleading, because I get that all the time, I've gotten it for years. They go, but the fire district says it's this. Well, but they adopted an ordinance last year that changed it, then we're having to explain that. So we keep those ordinances on hand with our staff, and we apply as we get updates from those agencies. We add that in our system to that. But from us, the town's impact fees, that's what this is converting that just to the town's impact fees. in the
Again, I'm
code.
trying to see if we can get to an apples and apples comparison, because
Sure.
currently, it says Transportation Regional Community Fire Protection School.
Right.
Those were the categories.
So we've gone from transportation
Now,
regional.
now you've gone to development unit, multimodal unit, administrative fees, and parks and rec. Those categories, I can't line up
No,
to
so
see
the
what
development
fees
unit
are.
is that's how we're charging it, by development unit. So it's Parks and Recreation, that's an impact fee
Right.
account, or will be, if approved. And then multimodal transportation is a separate account for those types of projects. And then there's fee administration here, which is pre-calculating the fee for all that. We're allowed to charge that. That goes to general fund and pays for doing this work. And then that's just the total, the proposed total for all across the board. So all we did on the categories of impact fees is change from regional and community parks, those were two separate accounts, join them together into Parks and Rec. It was a very difficult thing to determine in commingling money from regional and community. The concern was then the definitions of all that. So we combined it into one category for all Parks and Rec. So it doesn't matter whether it's a community park, a regional park, or whatever. If we're doing the capital project, it can come out of Parks and Rec. Okay, so that's the only major change to the categories. Other than the appearance of the table, we've eliminated the fire district and the school because it's their fees. I don't want to change the land development code every couple of years when they change it. We just charge whatever it is they tell us they adopt and they charge. So the only major change to the categories of impact fees are that regional and community park being combined into one park and rec fee.
So is the current transportation equivalent to the revised multimodal transportation?
They're all less by some means as far as the dollar amount collected, no matter how you do break out the categories. I probably have a spreadsheet that shows all the former or the current categories and how much the current fee is different from those. I could get you that. I don't have it on my paper here, but.
Is that
we
what
have
you're
it.
asking for?
Well,
I mean, it ranges from like
the
$37
current,
to
the
a couple
current
$100.
single-family residential would be $29.71,
Correct.
according to page 4.
Right. And your highest residential proposed is 2007.
Transportation, $29.71, single-family residence. Now, if we go to the new one, and we say multimodal transportation, and we go to the biggest house available, that's $1,097. That's $1,000 less per unit
2,000.
than
So you're
2,000 than we're currently getting.
That's right.
And it could even be greater than that, because if we reduce the size of the house, that 1097 could go all the way down to 499.
Yeah.
correct.
100% right, Jim.
And just
And that's
logically,
based on, we went to square footage because you can calculate estimated population based on the square footage. And so again, that ties back into
The
your population
population
projections, your
equivalent,
growth
right,
of hotels,
is the
all of
impact.
that, which then is a percentage of your overall cost, and then whatever project you have. Essentially, There's another spreadsheet I could share with you, but essentially all the capital projects, it worked out to be about new growth can be charged 20% of all those capital projects.
Then to Jim's point, what was the math that created 2971 versus the new math that creates 1097, whatever it is? What was the math we were using? Do you know?
I haven't seen that study. It's old, if it even.
I don't know why, it just feels completely reversed
It does.
in how you do the math. I'd like to see the previous math and make sure whether there was a multiplier in there or some other variable condition that we're no longer considering because it's either not being used, or even if the old math has been challenged, I'd like to see that. I think, I don't know, it just doesn't settle with me at all that.
You know, the perspective is you're talking limitations and we're talking possibilities. What's the possibility for the town? What can we
Sure.
possibly do?
And those projects that came back out of that analysis were fed into this to create this. So as far as I know, anything that was thought of, as far as that R2P2 and some other projects that we got from staff and everybody
Mhm.
else, that's been kind of fed into the process to calculate that. Right? Listen, we've waited, that we're here now and not 5 months ago because we were waiting and trying to make sure that recovery process and the thought process and the feedback from comp plan and what do people want to see and the R2P2, trying to maximize projects, but at the same time, the more you maximize that, I said this earlier, that 20% comes off, who's going to pay for the other 80%?
What if we disagree with the methodology? You have the advantage of obviously working on that, but I would love to see the methodology changes between the two periods. And also, I mean, we have a right, I think, to challenge how we got to where we are, not just challenge where we are. And that's what's fundamentally disturbing me, that I'm not comfortable, and maybe I shouldn't be, maybe it's not my role. Maybe you'll tell me, hey, stay in your lane. I don't know what that looks like or feels like, but I can't get to C, D, and F, C, D, and E, and F without the ABC for me of the methodology changes. And if it's nothing, and just fundamentally, yesterday and tomorrow are different mathematical outcomes in impact regardless of what we do. Chair, that's just where I am. I don't know how to properly analyze this without that inclusion in methodology.
And I don't mind answering some other questions. I would like a couple-minute recess to confer with Nancy on a couple
Well,
items
you know
before I
what?
answer your
This
question.
is a public hearing, and I see some public antsy to say something. So, with your permission, LPA members, let's open the public hearing. Kara,
Love it.
you're like coming out of your seat. And maybe Albert, you might have something to add as well.
Kara Stewart, just to provide some background, perhaps. Your previous impact fees, to address the question, the methodology for the 29, whatever the number was, for transportation, in the past, the county reviewed their impact, just adopt the study that the county performed. So there was no, as Jason is working on this, no real, what really happens on the beach. It was always just, the beach didn't do their own study. The county, we would do our studies. We would say, beach, do you want to adopt our impact fee schedule? In which case, yes, sure. We didn't have that much going on then. It was really, 3 new houses a year sometimes. It wasn't that impactful. So what you're partly experiencing is you have not been in this situation before. You were built out. The parks, the county has regional parks. The beach does not. So the beach did not have a regional park that we assessed. Regional park is like Lakes Park, just to give you a point of reference. So, and as the school does their impact fees, again, everyone just adopts, carries on, collects, and does the pass-through. So I just wanted to clarify when we're talking about why is there such a big nexus, that might help clarify that, because it was always, I've been involved with this for 25, 26 years. The beach always just adopted what the county put forward.
So Madam Chair, I know we can't interact with the public comment, but for you, so if Lee County has found a way to enhance the financial impact that we can collect through adopting their fee impact study, versus our own.
Maybe we
Are
should-
we getting that option to discuss and debate?
I don't know.
And that's not, I know we can't interact during the public
let's
hearing,
adopt the
but
county
we can
again.
do that later.
Let's see what Albert has to
I
say.
love what Albert has to say.
Albert,
Let's see where the county is.
let's see where the
It should
county
be
is.
higher.
I want to write something before I forget. Hope I don't jump all over the place here because this wasn't prepared to kind of just comment, but I'm hearing this as it comes out fluidly. I'm glad to hear everyone understand and just all of us getting up to speed about impact fees and how it's actually done. And I think to go back without mentioning project names about what was said and what reality happens. From my perspective, my commercial clients and even residential clients, some that have not come to you for you just yet in our public, a lot of the people that are doing projects that had never done anything before assumed there was no impact fee. We educated them and told them there is an impact fee. Just like Kara just mentioned, it was status quo for a year on the beach. What did you guys actually build besides a giant Margaritaville? Right? So that's the reason why there's a lot of misconception and not knowing what we do versus other counties do as well too. For me, as an architect and property owner, more on the property owner side of things, I've always been against impact fees in general. But we have to put that in an equation in context of where you guys are at. What are you going to actually gain? And what are you actually going to get at a dollar value? Because if every single home, if you were built, is rebuilt, you're hardly going to get any impact fee.
Right.
I have one client down on the south end that actually owned one lot that I didn't even know never had a house. It was never addressed. Last year, when they submitted, they got their fee schedule for permit. They stopped for other reasons. I'm not sure if it's directly an impact fee, but that they realized that. We told them, yes, it's going to be an impact fee. I forgot what the total comes up, but it's on the permit portal. You can look up anyone's brand new project. You'll see on there the line by line on them for school, park, regional. You know, I think where I was about $9,000 or so for a brand new home. How many vacant lots around the beach right now are you being able to get any impact fee from? Hardly any. I think we literally can sit in an hour and look at the map of town of Fort Myers Beach and say, that's a hotel. What's going to be collected there? Neptune's going to have a wash a little bit because there was a hotel there.
That's right.
Beach Bar didn't pay an impact fee. The Whale paid a little bit impact fee. The 7-Eleven paid a very little impact fee because there was a 7-Eleven there. So I just think, honestly, when the growth is paying for growth, it's looking into the future when you're these impact fees, future things, not to repair things. I think the town has a very difficult conversation moving forward, what you guys need to repair. And it may need to be spread, and I'm not liking this, of course, as a property owner in Fort Myers Beach, is having to pay more taxes to pay for that. But it's a reality.
Yeah.
I've been a treasurer on boards. I understand that there's tough decisions on here, but we always don't want to raise taxes. But it's something you have to. Sorry,
Amy, turn that off.
forgot the timer.
No, keep going.
But I just think we're putting a lot of effort on this. I know it's a little eye-opening, but what are we getting out? What are we going to net here?
Yeah.
And I think there's something else too. I don't know, Carrie, you want to bring up about the 5-year timer? Yeah, there's a 5-year timer in an LDC code. It says if the property is vacant for 5 years, you're not going to get credits for impact fees. A lot of people were in a 30-year hurricane. You realize, like, even a commercial project coming to this day, a lot of people say breaking ground January, February, and all that stuff. I'm the person that is the bearer of bad news because I'm the reality of things. Got a year DEP permitting, got a year of this permitting, development orders in town of Fort Myers Beach take 6 to 8 months, if not a year sometimes. Something's gonna happen concurrently. DEP takes a year at times. The more things you do, the longer it takes. You may not see these projects into the ground until 6 years after the hurricane. And if those people have to pay impact fees because that line says after 5 years, you don't get any credits, that's gonna be a disadvantage for commercial development. So it's a combination. You guys need the commercial development to offset other things as well too. So just an interesting dynamic of things. I would just want to say, I don't know if I said it first, was the single family. Just have one fee for single family homes. I don't know of a jurisdiction around here where there is this impact fee for sizes of home. Just have one fee. Just make it simpler.
Thanks, Albert. Anybody else want to say anything? Okay. Closing the public comment. Go ahead, Jason.
I'm good, just waiting for questions.
John, you haven't said anything. Any commentary?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to do this because I'm a math science guy, but in my gut, it feels wrong that the fees are much lower than they were historically. That just doesn't seem like the maths at that point. But I also think that there's a misconception in the community, amongst us even perhaps, that impact fees are going to be required for any type of redevelopment, and the case is it's for development of new growth, right? That's really the
growth.
issue here.
Right.
The impact of that development.
Right, so we go through a process of credits, and it's spelled out in the code, but it's essentially, and Margaritaville did this, all of them have done that. They say, I had 3 units, I'm building back 3 units, we confirm, we verify,
Yeah.
you plug them in. If you're a big project like Margaritaville was, it's how many units and duplexes do they have on site, how much was resort, how much was restaurant, blah, blah, blah. We do all that math, we add up the new, and it nets out to a
Right,
number.
right. So sorry, just confirm my thinking, that's the question, is, so if you're doing like-for-like redevelopment, and the number of units is not expanding, the chances of an impact fee being meaningful are nil.
Correct.
However, if you have a like-to-like development and you're doubling the intensity of that,
Correct.
then you would see impact fees for the delta between what the original was and the proposed new build would be.
Correct.
And I think that's acceptable. I wonder why the per unit is going down, but I think there's also a misconception out there as to, do impact fees, that it isn't the net growth, that it is just the rebuild included, and that's just not the case.
And the reality is very few projects anywhere that
Right.
impact fees paid for that project, right? Impact fees generally are a portion or contribution to a project. There's gas taxes, there's general revenue, there's whatever, right? And generally, you like to keep it to that ratio of what you're collecting from new and what have you. So I think because the amount of project, honestly, I think it's because of the amount of projects you see in Lee County. Maybe there's a misconception that why do they have all this money? They're talking about thousands and thousands of acres of development on green space, right?
Of
That's
new development, yeah.
Right. So it's a little bit misleading when you see, oh, there's a new road being built because of this project. Well, the developer paid for a portion, Impact's paid for a portion, somebody else paid for a portion, right? I mean, so I understand the concern and the questioning. It's just, we're trying to stick to what the law says as far as being careful. 180 makes it more complicated. It's just,
Okay.
Yeah, if you're expanding
And the
Bonita
math is the-
Springs
and
into
the math is the
the
math, unfortunately.
farmland, go at it.
Yeah,
But if you're not,
exactly.
it doesn't
Correct that
count.
out.
So,
Dawn, oh, I'm sorry.
so my question is, the Lee County that we used to just accept and move forward, is theirs higher than ours or lower?
The Lee, we didn't accept them before. The Lee County School District has a separate impact fee for schools that we collect on their behalf and then give to them. The fire district has an impact fee that we collect and pass on to them. We don't have anything to do with Lee County, impact fees. That's an entire separate, based on their study, based on their growth rate, based on their, what are
But
they?
isn't that what we used to
I
just
think
accept and
historically-
use?
We've always had our own.
Well,
Okay.
we,
Town of Fort Myers Beach specific.
so we never accepted Lee counties as stated.
I can't say never, but for
Okay.
as old as the land development code that I read the amendments to it, it's been a very, yes, we've never had.
I think it's the
sorry.
rate schedule that we're questioning, not whether or not we had our own ordinances.
Right.
It's what, were studies done in the past that have disadvantaged us?
Probably not, right?
No.
And perhaps this
Exactly.
is the first that has.
Yeah.
Don, you have anything to add?
I don't think I have anything else to add.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's property tax. I mean, you've got to get it a different
You know,
way. So
and
not
it's
this way.
unfortunate that the property tax discussion becomes so political.
Right.
Without understanding what that money does.
Well-
I mean, what that money does.
Lack of options is going to clear the mind sooner or later in our financial situation. So I'll just close with this. We have learned a lot, thank you, standing into the moment. I think what part of our angst is all the discovery and the learning, but in addition to that, we only have this moment. There's some parcels we all know about. This island isn't going to be rebuilt with a whole bunch of as you call it, new growth categories. I hope it's rebuilt with a whole lot of things that we can make resilient and had before, and they don't impact fees. Not what I'm talking about at all. But the ones that are coming, that are big, that will have moments in time not to be repeated, and we all know those parcels. I just want to be reassured or convinced that everything we're doing to get the maximum economic advantage impact from that at the transaction level, not the reoccurring revenue, relevant taxes, impact, et cetera, that we can legally step into that and demand, request, and put it as part of the approval.
Sure, and I would combine that with your DAs and your CPDs that come through. That's your negotiation.
Yeah.
Right, there's an impact from that development, and some have room or don't have room to provide parks. Some have pedestrian facilities, they have trails they can, right? That discussion helps this whole thing.
Public
So-
benefit is certainly one thing, and it's important, it's highly volatile around here, but the financial impact that they can provide in an advantaged way,
Sure.
maybe not just an obligatory way,
Right.
we should be a lot more aggressive about, because this is coming back to the residents and property taxes
I don't disagree, but I'd also.
sooner rather than later.
And I've been saying that for 2 years, I think, and I actually for this whole time.
And me too,
studying,
by the way.
Trying to warn everybody, it's not gonna come out the way everybody thinks. It's not a silver bullet. And I personally, as an impact fee administrator, would rather, with developments, negotiate, and they build the facilities and turn them over, and they become useful things, than us have to collect fees over time, and they get the credits, right? Versus us collect fees over time, cobble it together, go build the project. A lot of times, Lee County, anybody, they find 6 years of collecting impact fees, all of a sudden the costs have increased, and they don't have enough money for that project, and I'd rather somebody build it and be in place right away, and we give them the credit for it.
Thank you for your work.
So here's my question to you all. Do you feel comfortable passing this ordinance on to the council, or do you want more information, or what's your pleasure?
And if I may, I do want some input on that 5-year rule, because it can work both ways. I think the shorter time frame you have, you create opportunities to create more impact fee revenue because you expire their exemption, but at the same time, it's not based, that's probably not the way anybody wants to go, because it's also based on a disaster.
How much do you pay for your professional help with these consultants, et cetera? If we did this every 2 or every 3, what's the cost to the town to do that?
To shorten it or increase the time?
If we shorten it, do it more often, but you've got consultants that have to validate, recommend, and do the analysis. How much did you pay out of pocket?
No,
to get
what
that
I
out?
mean is
No, that's
the
not what he
5-year,
said.
so
Five-year lock.
after 5
Oh,
years.
the lock, okay.
After 5 years, the credit that you get for what was there before
I got it,
goes
I got
away
it.
right now. That's
Okay.
been in the code, but again, to their point, people that
That's
spoke.
what Albert was
It's
bringing
never really
Yeah.
been used, very rarely,
I
right?
got you.
But it encourages redevelopment if you leave it at 5 years, but after
Yeah.
an event like Ian.
But it puts them up against.
Right.
I mean, we're 3 years, right? So
Absolutely, yeah.
people just figure out what they're gonna do with the property. It can be a challenge, so.
You
It'll
don't have any-
increase revenue.
You don't have any flexibility and complexity, outside units involved on where to make that discretion? Some of them are pretty straightforward, some of them are gonna take a lot more, so the 5 years is actually tight for some, but it's long for others? What do you have project by project flexibility on that?
You should adopt a timeline across the board for.
What
fairness.
starts the clock?
The item, so the clock ends when they apply for the building permit, essentially, right? If it's within 7 years of the use going,
The
after,
clock.
right, so after, when the use is gone, you have 7 years to get credit for what was there. Or 5 years to get credit for what was there right now under the current code. So they have to figure it out, insurance, design, plan, and do all of that, and then start to go to construction within 5 years.
Is it more typical to be 7 to 10 or in other communities?
Yeah, 5 is a little short, and it was more based on a built-out community. I think your 7 is pushing better towards what's more typical. We have, I believe it's 10 years to spend the funds, so I don't know that there's any reason why you wouldn't necessarily get closer to matching those 2 times.
So this 5-year timeframe doesn't, the clock doesn't start ticking because, let's use Neptune since Albert said Neptune. Their clock started ticking when? When does their 5-year count start?
Really by when they demoed.
Yeah,
By
it's a
when
demo
they
permit,
demoed.
right?
Yeah. So take
when
a
they
take a
demoed.
non-storm situation, pre-storm, all that. Somebody tears down a house. They kind of, I don't know. They end up going back up north. They forget what they're doing. It was 5 years. It started when they demoed that house. And so
Let's take
after
a,
5 years,
let's
you
take
don't-
a bigger project like Moss Marine. Moss Marine's probably not gonna demo anything
Right.
immediately, so it is a marina right now,
Mm-hmm.
but they're changing a lot of uses, adding uses. So how does that?
When
I
they
guess-
developed that project, once they tear down stuff, there's a different timeline. There may be with larger, you're making me think of this, when there's larger projects and they phase, there may be different time triggers for each phase as they go. But the replacement and to get the credit, I want to build a new hotel, my old hotel got demoed. That 5-year timeline starts then.
So
Once
it
you get
also,
past that time, you don't get the credit, and we have to charge you the full impact fee, you
Okay.
don't get the credit.
I like the longer timeline too, because I'm not saying anyone did this or knew it, but you could game it, you know, in the event of a fire or storm, you don't demo it for maybe 2 years after a storm, because it gives you 2 more years, right?
And what I can do is I
So-
look at, the next time you do the study, we're, 4 years from now, are we still seeing things sit around? So maybe that's when you go, okay, let's look at doing, I don't know if 180 is around or not, but can we do a shorter time frame to then re-encourage and go back to where we were? That's a possibility.
I wonder, can we set an exception for an event?
Why
You know,
would
like
it be
it's-
loss of demo instead of loss of use? I mean,
Yes,
Is that
instead
it?
of loss of use. So Hurricane Ian would be loss of use of your hotel units.
That would actually squeeze your timeline even more, because your
It would.
structure is still
It
there.
would, yeah.
It would.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
it-
you mean for a longer timeline?
well, if we coupled that with a longer timeline, we would then, I think, encourage the cleanup and demo of properties.
Right, yeah,
But
exactly.
also not discourage the development of these new
I agree.
properties. So
To get
if
through the
we-
process, yeah.
So,
Okay.
it's almost like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
carrot and stick,
Yeah, because we
right?
want to encourage
So-
the buildings that need to come down,
Right.
and, we still give them the time frame to figure out what they're gonna do, but, or while they're figuring out what they want to do, we want them down so that it's not,
So if they know the clock starts when they tear it down,
Yeah, no.
Won't they
that
just
shouldn't
leave
be-
it up?
That shouldn't be the clock starting.
Well,
I mean, I
yeah,
can't-
there's a whole.
then I know what the clock's gonna be.
There's a whole dilapidated structure trigger, there's a whole.
Oh, yeah, but you gotta go through that legal process for all that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you can delay it, so it feels like,
So
like
what I'll
from
do
the loss
then,
of
if
use.
if you all want that, then I'll go back and double research that that it can be based on a loss of use. That's a.
I have
fine
no
with it.
expertise in this, obviously, but it seems to me that it would be intelligent for it to be loss of use, and I don't know what the number is, somebody can tell me. who
Loss or
knows-
change.
Or, sure,
Yep.
because it would have to be if somebody
Yeah.
did that, so absolutely. But then the timeline by which you are, for lack of a better word,
Grandfathered.
grandfathered into the.
10 years.
Into the value, I think,
Well,
if
'cause-
we did both of them,
Yes.
perhaps an extension to 10 years would make more sense.
right.
And it matches the 10 years to use the funds, right, as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, it's the 10 years, in other words, if they wait 9 years and 11 months, and then give you a month with the money?
No, it's a permit. They have to get the
Yeah.
permit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you have to have a permit.
I just want to make sure, you talk about, you have 10 years to spend the money, what's the earliest we can get the money?
At the permit.
At
Or
the
CO
permit.
permit.
And actually,
process.
they only have to apply for the permit to stop the clock, right?
No, it's, let me double check. I think it's actually as we get towards the CO.
Okay.
There's a-
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's way up there.
That's what I was gonna say. I thought it was
We
issued.
usually collect when it's issued, but the timeline, I'll double check on if it's the
Okay.
same thing. Because to your point, you could get it permanent and sit.
Of course,
Thanks,
and
Dan.
I see it
And
happening.
that's also limited by building code.
I
But
think
they
the
expire
public's
too,
entitled
right? I
to
mean,
the
you have to
Yeah,
extend
but
You
it.
have to do something. get it
Renewals
done.
like that.
We're this, we now know they're this, transportation.
Yeah.
What's that?
I still think it's a benefit to have a side-by-side
Okay,
comparison.
and I have one. I didn't include it.
For
That's
the
my fault.
public, for the
I
council.
didn't include it.
No.
I didn't include it. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I'll be one to answer your question. You can go around with the rest of your team. I have no problem advancing this to council. I think there's going to be all kinds of conversations. Subsequent to that, our delaying it, getting it to there isn't going to create a new insights. They're going to have their own public hearings. They're going to have their feedback. They have the benefit of this conversation, and the public now can digest the reality that we just went through. So let's get on with seeing how it looks when it gets to the people that formally have to adopt it anyway.
So Jason, can you have those things, as Jim is suggesting, give those comparisons to them? As John is suggesting, expanding the time frame, like Don also said, and so they have the benefit of all of that information and looking at it all at once?
Yes, we have all those tables and spreadsheets. I'll try to include all,
Was there
as much of
something
that
else,
information as
anybody
possible.
think, something else?
I also
Okay.
anticipate we would meet with them individually and go over these and show
Yep,
them all
very
that, since
good
they'll have the
idea.
same questions. Absolutely.
Very good idea.
And I'll confirm the start-stop of the timeline.
Okay.
So what do you need from us?
Any other,
Do we have to-
we have to have a motion to pass this on to them. Don't we, Nancy?
Yes,
Is it,
ma'am.
that's it,
Yes.
yeah. So,
I'll be glad to move ordinance
Thank you, Jim.
2524 impact fee study for the consideration by the town council.
Second.
And that's including the LDC.
It is,
Thank you,
yes.
sir.
With the inclusions of the requests.
yes.
Yes.
So there's a motion. Who was the second,
Second.
Don? Any further discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, you want a roll call, Nancy, Amy? Jim?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Aye. Jim?
Aye.
John? Aye, okay. Oof, boy, that's a, you know, one of the things I hate most in the world is not knowing something. And that's where I landed with all of this. And I think it was not just the not knowing, it's what I thought to what it is.
Right.
Might even be interesting if somebody like Margaritaville would say, or if you could, if it was public record, if you could show us, here's what Margaritaville, your biggest development since incorporation, here's what they paid.
We can, that's all public record. We can show you that, but again,
It
that's
might be-
that's a
might be
whole bunch of
interesting.
math of credits.
Yes.
Versus.
Okay, but it
yes.
might be, that might be interesting to, because that's a big development. Might be interesting to show that to the council. Maybe they won't, maybe that won't be interesting to
Sure.
them, I don't know. I would have found that interesting. Okay, so, thank you, Albert and Kara, for your comments. They were very helpful. We're finished with our public hearings. Let's move on to the administrative agenda, which is a discussion of our monthly schedule for LPA meetings in 2026. Amy, or anybody have any comments on this?
Is there a recommendation?
Is
And do
there-
we have a recommended
Is it gonna
schedule?
keep it like it
already?
was?
It doesn't say anything. We didn't, there
It
was
shows a
nothing.
25 schedule there. on the-
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just the schedule.
exactly.
Is,
So anybody have any?
That's actually the 26th dates.
Oh, yeah,
It
because it's
is?
those are January's. Oh,
Well, it's October 14th
yeah,
next year.
October
the same,
14th.
sure.
We're gonna just keep it the
Number
same.
12.
It's gonna be the second Tuesday of every month.
okay. Okay, second Tuesday of every month, so no discussion really
So
necessary.
Tuesday, October 14th next year, still on a Tuesday like this year?
I could just spend my
that would be,
birthday at the end.
unless there's a leap year, you're gonna have a problem with that.
It sure doesn't seem like it.
It'll move by one day or two.
Yeah.
Next year, October 2026 would be Tuesday, October 13th.
Okay, so, okay, sorry, yeah, because the schedule showed 14th, but maybe that's the 25 schedule. Did I miss
I
something?
have next year's calendar. Would you like me to just?
Yeah,
That'd be
we're
awesome.
just gonna verify all the dates.
Yeah.
Very trusting, we believe you.
Okay, so January would be January 13th.
These are all.
October will be the 13th, not the 14th.
Yep.
Right, that's a change.
February 26th would be February 10th.
No, these are all off.
They're all
Yeah,
off.
no, we know.
They're all gonna be off one day.
They're off by
Right,
one
there-
day, yeah.
Right, okay, so March would be Tuesday, March 10th. April, Tuesday, the 14th. May 12th. June 9th. July, we historically take off. I assume we're gonna do that
Sounds right.
again. August 11th.
That's funny.
September 8th, October 13th, November 10th, and December 8th.
Okay,
December 8th or 10th? Oh,
December-
sorry, I'm in November. I apologize.
Okay, December 8th, Tuesday,
Yeah.
December 8th.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, Jim, go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say, do you need a motion to adopt those, or is it you just informational?
I think it's information.
It's information.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to LPA items and reports. Jim Dunlap, anything?
Only one, well, Jason's still here. I don't know what right repository, Don and I were just talking about this. Now we've gone through the upward learning curve and the impact things. Go back to the development orders for a second. I completely understand the 180 restrictions, but maybe we could ask for some like-kind communities that have taken the flexibility that's embedded in the development orders where we can put the amount of fees impact, use the wrong word, fees and contributions to the well-being, financial well-being of the island in there. So if we could get some other practices that we can start to process way on the front end of this, since the impact fees are not going to be the savior of all that, I'd like to personally see some of that, so we can be a lot more intense and aggressive about the conversations with our applicants and what flexibility we have to charge other type of fees and one-time surcharges on things we're doing through the DO.
Well, in the economic statement that now is coming with all of these, that could say something too.
If we can get that as homework, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That's all I
Okay.
have.
Thank you, Jim. Don,
He's
anything?
not nodding.
Yeah, he's not nodding, but he's.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's just to add to that, to Jason's point, it's, you know, in like the utility business, you'd say, hey, I need a new ground storage tank, or I need a new well to serve that, and you get the funds for that. And so that's the kind of
That's
thing.
it.
You know, you need a new fire truck, I don't know, whatever it is.
Right.
That's a
Sure, turn to
mechanism.
pay
Those
for it.
developer agreements are a mechanism too.
To get those things?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't have any items.
Okay. Jane? Nothing? Jim?
Well, I'd like to congratulate Anita and Jane on their
And Jim.
reappointment.
And Jim.
Right, thank
And
you.
Jim. Thank you, Jim.
Yes.
That's all.
That
We're
was exciting. John?
I have nothing. Thank you.
I don't have anything either. Nothing at all. Nancy?
Nothing.
Jason, Community Development, anything? What's on our agenda next month? That would be good
I
news.
need to request that you move your LPA date in December.
Oh,
And probably, I did put it the same week as,
Move it to Christmas Day or what?
sure,
Christmas
I won't be
Eve.
here, but yeah.
So instead of the 8th, what day do you want it to be?
No, instead of the,
Ninth, it's on the ninth.
there's council on the 15th still, right? And sometime later that
Oh,
week.
I'm in the wrong year.
Yeah, the challenge is just vacations and stuff and all that. But the next week, if possible.
16th, talking about?
17th, 18th, yeah, whenever, anytime in there.
I have no problem with the 16th.
I don't
Anybody
either.
else?
I don't know, let me look, hang on.
Oh, that should be okay. Yep.
Okay.
The clerk,
Wait,
the
wait
clerk
for the
loves
last-
it.
The
Yeah.
last person here.
We have a prior meeting, or we have a meeting already scheduled in here at 9 a.m.
Okay.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, we can do an afternoon
For
one.
the 16th. maybe?
What do we know what's going to be on that?
Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, no, on the LPA one? No, I mean, it's probably like this. A little less, maybe.
So you talking about the afternoon there or something? 1 o'clock or something?
1 o'clock?
I can do 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock is
Yeah,
fine.
I mean, is
with
that only
us.
because, I mean, it could be another day. You picked the 16th, so is there, it's up to you guys.
Currently, right now, this is open on the 11th or the 12th or the afternoon of the 16th.
But it's that
Okay.
week that's problematic for you, right? The week 9
Yes.
through 12.
Yeah, let's go the afternoon,
All,
the 16th.
all my staff is out that week, so.
That works with our
What are we
attorney,
doing?
too.
Yeah.
1
So-
PM 16th?
So the 16th at 1 PM.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Done.
What's on our agenda next month, Jason?
Fun stuff.
That's great. Give us details.
Mind you, this wasn't fun at all.
We'll try to spruce it up a little bit, a little more razzle dazzle for you.
So there is a preemption that's coming down from the state regarding some type of, what is it, residential home or something like that.
Yeah, I forget what it's called.
Every community has to adopt an ordinance prior to January the 1st, which means you all would have to see it in November, and then town council would have to have 2 readings
15th,
in
yeah.
November, the last part of November, the first part of December, in order to hit that deadline.
Okay, so my question is more specifically, are there any major cases coming before us in November?
Yes, let me go back. Well, yes, we think there's one, they're deciding whether they're gonna go in November or not, so that would be, so I don't wanna say it.
So
'cause
nothing concrete yet?
There is probably a big one that's gonna be put on that agenda. At
On
least
November?
one. On November, yes.
Okay. So I would also like to make another request. You know, we have a timeline for our agendas,
Yes.
and that timeline should be respected because it's for public and the staff and us and everything else. But then the other thing with the updated agenda coming, draft resolution, I mean, it really, our agenda should be complete and finished when we get it.
Okay.
Okay, so, thank you. Anything else from anybody? Hearing none, let's, thank you, we're adjourned at 1:01 PM, thank you. I hated that discussion on the dam impact fees.
I have you